Ex-Councillor Chapman and ex-Councillor Gibson, who are up on the balcony there. Right, moving on then. Item 1 on the agenda is apologies for absence. Those that have been received in advance will be displayed on the screen. And you'll see there Councillor Drews, Pankhurst, Price, Williams, Harvey, North, Burton, Heron and Brent. Are there any additional apologies from the floor?
Steve Forster.
I understand Councillor Forster. Any more from the floor? I see no hands. Thank you very much. Right. We also go on to item 2 then, which is a declarations of interest. I will not read the full document, but I will remind you, please, that you've received from the monitoring officer an email setting out the position on declarations of interest, and you'll note his advice that members who are members of other local authorities should declare personal and pecuniary interest in the items on devolution and local government reorganisation. You will also have noted the monitoring officer's advice is that all members have the benefit of dispensation granted by the Conduct Advisory Panel, enabling you to fully participate and vote in any business of the County Council in relation to the receipt of the member's allowance. The advice is also covering the question of personal interest, and you will have noticed his advice that members should also declare a personal interest, and in his view, that, subject to their own consideration of the matter, such an interest should not prevent them from fully participating in this meeting, etc. We'll now use the electronic voting system to enable all of the members here who are members of other local authorities to declare their interest. If you want to declare your interest, please vote yes to the question posed, and the question you're voting on is as follows. Do you want to declare that you have a pecuniary and personal interest in agenda items 11 and 12, the local government reorganisation and devolution items, as you are in receipt of an allowance under the Hampshire County Council Members' Allowance Scheme, and you are a member of another relevant authority, including the Fire Authority, affected by the business being discussed and in receipt of an allowance under the Members' Allowances Scheme of that other authority? Would you please vote now? Right, look at the screen, you'll see the numbers building up. Are there any other members who need assistance with the voting? Are you all there? Nearly. Right, so we have a 68% yes vote, 47. Okay. Right, the voting is now closed on that matter. And the names of those who voted will now be shown on the screen, please. Okay, everybody happy? Right, I'm going to move you on then to item 3. Item 3 is the minutes, to confirm the minutes held on the 22nd of May, 2025. These are on page 5 to 14. If there are any points of accuracy, will you note that point now? Any questions on accuracy? There is none. Right, what I will do is sign the minutes electronically at the end of the meeting. Moving on then to deputations. There are no deputations scheduled for today's meeting. Next is Chairman's announcements, and I have one or two to make. I understand the Adults Health and Care Services have some encouraging news from the latest statistics on smoking status during pregnancy, which highlights the continued progress we are making in Hampshire to support healthier pregnancies and to give every child the best start in life. The data for the Q4, 24-25, shows that just 4.4% of pregnant women in Hampshire were recorded as smokers at the time of delivery. This marks a significant improvement from 5.4% in the previous quarter and places Hampshire below the national average, which is 5.1% for the same period. I'm quite sure we'd all like to see that figure go even lower. On the 25th of June, 2025, I had the honour to represent the County Council when the Princess Royal and the High Commissioner for Canada attended Canada Day at the Federation of Liphook Infant School and Liphook Junior Schools event, which brings the community together to reflect and to remember the more than 300 Canadian war dead in the graveyard in Liphook. The Princess Royal joined the school and the local community in the remembrance service at the church at Bramshott, and very fine the singing was from the school as well. And she delivered a reading herself and laid a wreath. After the service, the children of the Liphook schools delivered a remarkably moving performance sharing their research and understanding of the impact of war and lost lives. In addition, and very briefly, I have represented the County Council at the Test Valley Mayor's Civic Service at Romsey Abbey, the Lord Mayor of Portsmouth Chain Gang Dinner, and very fine it was too, the Armed Forces Day flag-raising ceremony here in Winchester, the Mountbatten Academy Summer Concert in Romsey Abbey, the South East Reserve Forces and Cadets Association briefing at Worthy Down, the Hampshire Scouts Annual Review and AGM at Cross Activity Centre near Brockenhurst, and finally, the Duke of Edinburgh Gold Awards reception in Chandler's Ford. So they're keeping me busy in the meantime. Right, moving on then to the next item on the agenda, which is item 6, and that's the Leaders' Report. Chairman, would you kindly present your report? Thank you. Sorry, I'm not Chairman. I'm the Chairman. The Chairman.
Yeah.
You
can present my report if you like, Chairman.
I'll get used to this at the end.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to our July meeting. We've got quite a busy agenda, so I was going to keep this relatively brief. Then I began to write stuff down and realised that it went on a little bit. So forgive me for just mentioning a few different things. The first thing I wanted to do was just give a personal apology because for a number of you, some of you will know this, that I had to cancel quite a few different things that I was doing a couple of weeks ago. One brings one's children up to be strong and independent young people, particularly my 14-year-old daughter. She's perhaps a little bit too strong and independent, and she will not be going back on the internet until she's at least 35. That's all I'm saying about a number of incidents, but I apologise to Fran and to the Liberal Democrat team because we had to cancel stuff at really short notice, and I'm sorry about that. Tuesday was Hampshire Day. It didn't really rain that much, so that was a bonus for us all, so we can expect even more of this warm weather going ahead. But thank you to everybody who joined in around the county in celebrating that for us. And then before that, as the Chairman mentioned, we had Armed Forces Day, and thank you to Andrew for organising a brilliant event this year, which absolutely highlighted our commitment to the armed forces and our gratitude to them for all the fantastic work they do for us. One sad piece of news has been the death of Veronica Perry, the wife of Roy, and mother to Caroline and Liz. Veronica was a wonderful partner for Roy. She was by his side, as many of us know, through all sorts of things, but in her own right, she was a fantastic public servant. And she spent a number of years as the chair of Wellow Parish Council. She did innumerable voluntary and charitable roles around Romsey, and her passing was both sudden and will be, and she will be missed enormously by many of the people in the community around our town and in the area. And so I'm sure that you will join with me in passing on our condolences to Roy and to the family. And to her funeral, I know, is on Tuesday in Romsey Abbey. If anybody is interested in going along. Two better pieces of news. Congratulations to Zoe. Zoe, in the King's Birthday Honours, was given the... I will tell you later. Mel wants to know what time. I think it's 2 o'clock, but I'll let you know, Mel. So, Zoe, well done for getting the British Empire Medal in the King's Birthday Honours. Many congratulations for that. Not for services to this council, but rather services to education through her chairmanship of the Academy Trust she chairs, whose name completely escapes me at this moment. And similarly, many congratulations to Graham, who was made chair on Monday of Patrol, Tuesday of Patrol, who are the national body that oversee parking controls, I think. I'm correct in saying that. So after many years of dedicated attendance, well done to Graham for that. And another farewell, the farewell this week to Lorna Fielker, who has been the leader of Southampton City Council for the last 18 months. And my thanks go to her for all of the work that she's done in driving forward one of the things that we're talking about this morning, which is devolution. After a number of different attempts, we got it over the line, and Lorna was a diligent and detailed and diplomatic member of the team of the 4 upper-tier leaders who have managed to get us to this point. And she was passionate and kind throughout. She kept the 3 of us under control and focused, and I think the announcement that we hope will be coming very soon around confirmation of our devolution deal going forward from government is going to be her legacy. But also welcome to Councillor Alex Winning, who is the new leader in Southampton. I've met Alex, albeit online, but I look forward to working with him. He is as positive and engaged as Lorna has been. The other thing I just need to let you know about is that on the 3rd of October, we will be, I need to give notice of the fact that we will be holding a special council meeting at the beginning of council to appoint aldermen. As group leaders, we have met to consider those members who have stood down in recent times, and so there will be a special meeting to appoint those who we wish to recommend as aldermen at the beginning of the business on that day. And finally, another departure. So as you all know, Carolyn will be leaving us tomorrow. Now, not many people know this, but Carolyn comes from Scotland. And that's where she started her public service career 40 years ago. But having decided that she would come down to somewhere warmer, she relocated to Southampton with her family a number of years ago. And from 2010, initially working at Southampton City Council, then worked for us here at the County Council and has been here since then. She has been our Chief Executive since 2021. And in the process of looking for our new Chief Executive, about whom we'll also be talking in a little while, I made an effort to speak to very many of her colleagues around what were the things that they would like to see continue from her time as Chief Executive in their successor. And I think it's absolutely testament to Carolyn that there were comments such as the sense of team and belonging, that there's a sense of one organisation with Hampshire County Council that Carolyn has brought, that there's a collective sense of team and purpose, that people felt trusted, people felt that they were supported, and that people felt that Carolyn had brought an enormously positive change to the way in which the senior team at the County Council worked. So, Carolyn, you've changed Hampshire for the better, and thank you for your public service. We wish you all the very best in your retirement. And even better, Carolyn's retiring to North Devon. And that's where I come from. So she's chosen the best place in the world to go to. And when I go back, I know where she's going to live. So I can just pop round for a cream tea. So she won't feel any of the loss of not seeing me on a weekly basis. Maybe not at 8 a.m. on a Tuesday and Thursday morning, but we will do that. But Caroline, thank you so much for all your dedication, and we wish you all the very best in your retirement, and to Mike as well. And also to your new portfolio career as a ministerial envoy to Warrington. So our loss is their gain. So thanks so much. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. And can I also echo your comments about our Chief Executive? Moving on then to item 7, that's Questions Under Standing Order 16.11. We've got 30 minutes in total for the questions, and there is a list of members who are going to put their questions. I will invite, first of all, Councillor Juliet Henderson to ask her question, which will be answered by Councillor Oppenheimer.
Thank you, Chairman, and congratulations on your new role. My question is to Councillor Oppenheimer. Are we seeing an increase or decrease in the rates of teenage pregnancy in Hampshire?
Right, Councillor Oppenheimer.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Councillor Henderson, for the question. So in response, teenage pregnancy rates in Hampshire continue to show a long-term downward trend. Since the 1998 to 2021 period, Hampshire has actually experienced a 66% reduction in the under-18 conception rate. Hampshire's teenage pregnancy rate also remains below the national average for England at around 11%, compared to a national average of around 13%. Overall, the progress has been significant, and sustained efforts remain essential to maintain and further reduce the number of unintended pregnancies among young people. Building on this success, Hampshire is implementing a multi-agency evidence-based strategy that includes 3 core elements. 1, comprehensive, age-appropriate and inclusive relationships and sex education, RSE. 2, accessible sexual health services. Hampshire County Council commissions an integrated sexual and reproductive health service that provides confidential services, including contraception, emergency contraception, and expert advice. This is available across all districts with targeted support for vulnerable groups. And thirdly, local health promotion campaigns which promote safer sex, increase awareness of contraception, and improve access to free contraception. Our ambition is to ensure that young people in Hampshire have the knowledge, confidence, and support they need to make positive life choices.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Henderson, do you have a supplementary question?
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Councillor Oppenheimer. I think it's very positive news, and it's a very positive trend, and it's something obviously we can't take for granted. I was wondering if you would be able to organise a members' briefing, just looking at all the different strands, how we're seeing these results achieved, and how we can make sure the momentum keeps going.
Thank you, and I would agree that that would be very worth doing, so we will look to get that timetabled. We've not talked about this much over the last few years as a county council, but I'm glad to have had an opportunity to do so today. If we increase awareness amongst members, we can then in turn hopefully increase awareness amongst communities and young people, and that will help us to get the teenage pregnancy rates down even further. So thanks very much.
Right, thank you. The second question on your supplementary sheet is from Councillor Jackie Porter.
Thank you. And this is to the Executive Member, Councillor Barman. How long does it take for a traffic regulation order to be drafted in sufficient order to put it out for informal consultation, please?
Right, would you respond, please, Councillor Barman?
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Councillor Porter, as always, for your question. Firstly, it's important to clarify there is no informal consultation for traffic regulation orders. This is a formal statutory process, and orders can vary significantly, both in complexity and timescale, with no two proposals being the same. For a simple restriction that has the full support of the local community and key stakeholders, such as double yellow lines to restrict parking near to a junction, the traffic order process can take between 6 to 9 months, with a further 2 to 3 months for the traffic order to be sealed and the associated works to be completed. For a complex proposal, or where the local community have differing opinions, such as an access restriction, the process could take 18 months or sometimes even longer. The scale of objections to the public notice may also require a report to be considered by me, which can also delay the process, and may require proposals to be modified or, in some cases, actually abandoned. Should proposals be modified, they would likely require the traffic order process to start again. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Porter, do you have a supplementary?
Thank you, yes. And I appreciate the word informal might not be the description that is made, but actually usually there is a process of choices, and then those choices are offered to the community. So my question is, would the executive, and actually sometimes we believe we're at risk of exceeding what we believe is a 2-year limit on TROs, and all of them seem to be taking more than 12 months. Would the executive member explain what steps she's asking the council to take to shorten the whole length of time it takes in order to reduce that length of time from start to finish of the whole TRO process, which seems to take an awful long time? Thank you.
Councillor Bowerman.
Thank you for the second supplementary question, Councillor Porter. I think we're always looking for efficiencies in the services that we offer, and particularly this one, which I know does cause frustration to members. It's a work in progress, and I am happy to feed back to you when I've got some updates and news on it. So thank you very much for bringing that to my attention. Thank you.
Thank you. The next question is from Councillor Keith House. Councillor House, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Question for the leader. Given that the council refuses to supply information, even from a freedom of information request and subsequent appeal, who will take political responsibility for the council overturning the regulatory committee's refusal of planning permission for gravel extraction at Hamble Airfield?
Right. I think Councillor Adams-King will answer this one.
Yes, indeed. Councillor House, thank you for your question. There's a couple of paragraphs that I could read out about how the County Council considered the regulatory committee the Hamble application in May of last year. But the regulatory committee refused the application for 3 reasons. All 3 reasons related to the inadequacy of the information provided by the applicant to the County Council at the time about an aspect of the proposal. Specifically, inadequate information about the impact of the proposal on hydrology, local highways and ecology. These reasons for refusal were set out in the decision notice, and none of the reasons for refusal raised an issue with the principle of a quarry use on the site. Additional information provided by the appellant and the Highway Authority, alongside a change in position from Natural England, addressed the matters raised by the Regulatory Committee in its reasons for refusal. As the information provided in relation to the proposal was no longer considered to be inadequate, it would not have been reasonable for the County Council to continue to resist the appeal at the point at which the public inquiry started. And so we talked about this last month in terms of the fact that it was it is the system that allows the applicant to come back. The Regulatory Committee was responsible for making a decision on the facts and circumstances in the application submitted to it at the time. That decision has not changed or been overturned by the Council, and it is the subject of the appeal. Officers have a responsibility to engage with the appeal process to ensure that the County Council complies with the requirements of the inquiry process so that the planning inspector can determine the appeal. The final decision on all matters associated with this will be taken by the Planning Inspectorate, having heard all the evidence available to the inquiry. The County Council did not refuse Freedom of Information requests. As environmental matters are excluded from the scope of the Freedom of Information Act, the County Council responded to requests under the provisions of the Environmental Information Regulations. The County Council supplied information in response to those requests. Some information was exempted from release because of the ongoing nature of the public inquiry, as was explained in the responses. These exemptions were subject to a public interest test, which was considered in the response. Please note that while the public inquiry hearings have now been completed, the proceedings remain ongoing and will do so until such time as a decision is released. And just addressing the specific point about anyone taking political responsibility, first of all, the decision is not overturned as yet, and there are other factors, as I think we all know, that came into light in the inquiry in its closing days. And secondly, I hope Councillor House would agree with me that it's always been the position that I've been told and has been held by any council of which I've been a member for the last 20 years, that planning isn't political, and there should never be any political consideration within any planning decision. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor House, do you have a supplementary?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Of course, the Information Commissioner's Office will be the next step in this process, sadly incurring more costs to the County Council to try and establish some basic facts. But can the Leader therefore confirm, for the record again, that no one is prepared to take political responsibility for this decision?
Councillor Adams-King.
Councillor House, thank you. So I'm kind of surprised by the fact that you think somebody should take political responsibility for a planning matter. You've been the leader of a borough council for 30 years. Borough councils are responsible for the largest degree of planning that any of us undertake. And planning is not a political matter and never should be. Planning is decided on the facts. So no one should ever take political responsibility for a decision. And indeed, in this case, the decision has as yet not been overturned. The Regulatory Committee, under the excellent chairmanship of Councillor Latham, took a decision. That decision was taken to appeal by the appellant. They, in a system that I described last time we discussed this as being broken, were able to come back with fresh information. They were able to overturn the reasons for the appeal in terms of being able to address them. That to me seems distinctly unfair, but it is the system and you can't change it. And so as a consequence of that, we're in a place where we await now the planning inspector's decision on the outcome of the inquiry. As you know, we are all hopeful that he upholds the position that I know all of the residents hope to maintain. But we can't ensure that.
Thank you, Leader. The next question, question 4 on your sheet, is from Councillor Paula Ferguson. Councillor Ferguson, please.
Thank you, Chair. My question is addressed to Councillor Bowerman. Residents in the Highcliffe area of Winchester are increasingly concerned that the number 4 bus service, which runs from Highcliffe through the city centre to Take Down, may be further reduced or even withdrawn. I'm hoping the Cabinet member can outline what assurances have been sought from Stagecoach to safeguard this important route, which we know many residents rely on, and what actions and measures is the County Council taking to protect it and other essential local bus services in Winchester. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bowerman.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Councillor Ferguson, for your question. The Service 4 is provided commercially by Stagecoach, as I'm sure you're aware. Around 91% of bus services in Hampshire operate commercially, which means that they are run by the bus company for profit, and the County Council has no influence over the route, the timetable, or the fares charged. The County Council has been made aware by Stagecoach of a decline in passenger numbers on this service, and so I'm currently unable to offer you the reassurance you are seeking, as this is not our decision, and at this time the County Council is not in a position to provide funding support. The County Council regularly engages with operators to see how best to sustain both commercial and supported routes which are struggling. And being the executive member for passenger transport, we have regular meetings with the bus transport team, always trying to find solutions and assistance where we can. But we're aware that Stagecoach is reviewing the frequency of the service and looking at ways of making it sustainable in the long term. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson, do you have a supplementary, please?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that the bus service is run by a commercial provider. However, the county's role, I assume, is to hold local bus companies to account and to work with them to ensure that we have suitable public transport for residents. The fact that you have conversations around, future services, I think it's really important that because you're there, hopefully as a spokesman for the people of Hampshire, which I'm sure you are, that you impress upon the bus companies that they actually consider the needs of our residents across the board. Obviously, the question, my supplementary question then is, will you commit to ensuring that as the representative for Eastgate, where the bus service is kept, that I'm kept abreast of any possible changes so that I can actually pass those on to residents? Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further to add, Councillor Bowman?
Very simply, yes, of course I will, Councillor Ferguson, as soon as I've got some news. Thank you.
Thank you. The next question is from Councillor Porter, a second question. Councillor Porter.
Thank you. How much Hampshire County Council S106 funding is currently sitting unspent across the County Council and specifically within the Winchester City Council district?
Councillor Adams-King.
Thank you, Councillor Porter, for your question. So the total amount of Section 106 funding currently being held by the County Council amounts to £132 million. This funding is made up of contributions taken for transport, education, countryside, travel planning and bus services. All of these contributions are allocated in accordance with the specific terms of each individual legal agreement, and of these funds, 11.73 million relates to developments within the Winchester City Council district area.
Councillor Porter, do you have a supplementary, please?
Yes, thank you very much. As the S106 sums are time-bound, how confident are you as leader that Hampshire County Council delivers the required and expected outcomes of S106 agreements in a timely manner, particularly as at the moment the costs of any work spiral and time delays cost more money than was originally envisaged for the job?
Councillor Adams-King.
Thank you for that supplementary, and I can absolutely reassure you, Jackie, that that is at the forefront of everything, of all of our thinking around that, not least the fact that there is inflation in the construction market in particular that impacts the ability to deliver significant schemes with the money that we hold. That was something that concerned me greatly when I became the Cabinet Member for Highways now 3.5 years ago. And as a consequence of that, we established a board that meets every quarter to review every single Section 106 pot, to look at how it is being spent in each district, to ensure that each of those schemes are being driven forward, and to also ensure that we do not lose any of that funding. Because at the end of the day, the last thing I want to do is to see any funding at all that is paid through Section 106 handed back to developers, because they run out of time. And I'm very pleased to tell you that in that time, the amount that has been handed back has been in the low thousands of pounds as opposed to tens or hundreds of thousands. So we make sure that we are driving through the use of the Section 106 money through that process now.
Right, thank you. Can I just remind members for future reference that if there's a time pressure on questions, and there wasn't this time, that the second question should be a question and not a statement with a question at the end of it. As I say, if there isn't time pressure, I'm not going to stop you, but if there is time pressure, then obviously we have to stop you from the chair. Right, moving on then to item 8. These are matters for decision, and the first item is the appointment of the Chief Executive Head of the Paid Service. This is on pages 15 and 16. Can I ask the leader, please, to report on this matter?
Thank you, Chairman. This report seeks the Council's approval to the appointment of Gary Westbrook to the role of Chief Executive of the County Council, following a thorough recruitment process overseen and conducted by the member appointment panel. I have, I think, now fed back to everybody in terms of the meetings that we've held with each of the political groups to tell you how we got on with that process and how many excellent candidates came forward to put themselves in line for the role. I have to say that Gary won through with passion and commitment and knowledge and a commitment to driving this council forward in a positive and collaborative manner, and his, I think, also offer to come and talk to each of the different political group meetings over the coming weeks is a really positive step in showing his commitment to all of us as members. So I heartily and strongly recommend his appointment to you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Right, members, do you have any questions of the leader on this matter, please? No questions? Okay. Is there any debate on this matter? I see no hands. In which case, then, we will move to the recommendation, and that is that the County Council approves the appointment of Gary Westbrook as Chief Executive of Hampshire County Council, and then B, delegates authority to the Director of People and Organisation in consultation with the Chair of the Appointments Panel to finalise and agree the terms of the appointment, including salary, in accordance with the County Council's relevant policies and pay statement. All those in favour, please show. Anybody against? I see one. Okay, thank you very much, but that's therefore clearly passed. Moving on then for item 9. This is substitute members on select committees, which is on page 17 to 22. Again, may I ask the leader to present the report on this matter?
So, Mr. Chairman, I just wondered whether, in terms of congratulating Gary, the guy needs a round of applause, everybody. So well done. But also whether Gary just wanted to say a word to us.
Can I just say that I add my congratulations. I was nudged by the Vice Chairman to say, what about congratulating Gary? So I do apologise, Gary, for forgetting you. I won't forget you ever again. Are you going to speak in response to Councillor Adams-King?
Thanks, everyone. Chief Executive's just told me to stand up. So, so thank you all members. Thank you, Leader. Thank you, Chairman. I've had a number of conversations with a huge number of members in the room. And I think one of the things that I committed to as part of the interview process, which the Leader has echoed, is that commitment and responsibility to every single one of each of the 78 members in this chamber. That's my commitment to you. One of the early things that Nick referred to that I'll be doing is making sure I'm spending that time early on, both with group leaders and individual councillors as well. Really excited by the challenge and opportunity, absolute privilege of a lifetime. Hampshire's my home. I've worked in the organisation for the last 15 years. Huge challenges and ambiguities ahead of us as an organisation, but really, really excited and can't wait to get started. So thank you so much, members.
Right. Thank you very much for that. And as I say, I hope we will treat you gently over the coming years. Item 9 then, the substitute members for the select committees. Can I ask the leader please to present this report?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. It's proposed to increase the number of substitute members for select committees from 4 to 8 for each political group, reflecting the size of the committees. This report seeks approval to adjust the Council's constitution accordingly, something that we have talked through both in terms of the group leaders and also, I know, within with the select committee chairs. So I'm happy to move the recommendations.
Right. Members, are there any questions for the leader on this one? I see no questions. Is there any debate on the matter? Councillor House?
Just very briefly, Chair. I mean, this is a sensible move forward. We know there have been some issues with attendance at some of the select committees, and also given that there appears to be quite a few councillors who would like to have retired in May but were told not to, therefore we need to top them up with people who are available to come along to these sessions. I know we're about to do a constitutional review, a mini quick constitutional review. There probably are one or two other panels and things around the system where we could apply this same technique to. I quite accept that it's not appropriate for things like the pension fund and those kind of things where there is a significant training requirement. But there are a few other bodies we could do this with. I'd hope we could sweep that up to make sure we get full attendance of those meetings.
Right. Leader, will you respond to that, please?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, just very briefly, if I may, absolutely, and it's something that we've talked about, you know, with regard to some of the River Hamble Committee and so on. So it makes complete sense. The place for those other appointments, I think, or those other committees, is in the Constitution Review Group, primarily because there are some of them, for example, the Regulatory Committee or the Audit Committee or the Pensions Board, where there would be a degree of training needed, and we need to just assess whether that makes sense or not. And just finally to confirm that certainly from our point of view, from our team, nobody was made to stay on if they didn't wish to. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Right, so there are no further questions, no further debate? No, in which case then I will put the recommendation to. It's on page 17 of the pack. All those in favour, please show. Anyone against? I see none, that is unanimous, or certainly NEMCON. Moving on then to item 10, appointments. This report was published after the agenda and needs to be dealt with as urgent business. Members, this report was needs council approval for the appointments required. This will be recorded in the minutes. You'll find the report in the supplementary document attached to the agenda papers. Chairman, Leader, could you please present the report?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a small there are a small number of changes proposed set out within the report, including the additional substitute members for select committees that we've just agreed. So I'm glad you all agreed to it, because otherwise we might have had a slightly shorter report. The other points just tidy up some of the different movements that we needed to make after the annual council appointment of everybody to their committees last time around. So it's just a piece that really tidies things up for us all, and I recommend it to you.
Right. Are there any questions from members? Is there any debate on the matter? Would you wish to add anything else, Leader? Oh, sorry, Councillor House, beg your pardon.
Yeah, no, thank you, Chair. I was just going to stand up and apologise on behalf of the Liberal Democrats. We're the reason for the paper being late, because we took a little while to finalise our proposals. We have this annoying thing in the Liberal Democrats called an internal democracy, which means that everything has to go to a group meeting, sometimes several times, to take a decision and get things ratified. So therefore, I apologise to Joe, who was still being strung along until the back end of yesterday morning with a few of these little final tweaks. Anyone who's really, really alert will have spotted that we now have some super subs on our team, because there are now so many substitutes, and not everyone is available within the day. It does mean there's a good number of my colleagues, even if they've been nominated without their acquiescence, who are now a sub on everything.
Right. Do you wish to cap that, Leader?
Only to commiserate with Councillor House for the need to put these things through group meetings, but to say thank you to my team for tidying it all up on Monday with your your various nominations, and we didn't need to lock the doors and not let you out until we'd all agreed what we were going to do.
Thank you. The recommendation is that the County Council approves the appointments set out in section 1 and 2 of the report. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. Anybody against? There is none. Thank you very much. We move on then to item 11, which is the English devolution white paper. And again, I will be asking the Leader to present the report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, this is I think the positive piece of the devolution white paper. the update on devolution. We are getting on very well with our preparation for what will become a mayoral election next year, and the establishment of the Strategic Authority, which will provide the structure through which powers from Westminster are transferred to us here in Hampshire and the Solent, along with the accompanying funding for the infrastructure and strategic improvements that we very much hope it will bring. My thanks to all of the officers who have been working incredibly hard, not just within the County Council, but also across Southampton and Portsmouth and the Isle of Wight, and to the team that have been established to begin to create that strategic authority and to put all of those pieces together in place. We await the announcement by government that tells us that they are happy with all of the arrangements. We understand that is imminent, and the next piece of work then will be to begin to negotiate the terms and the detail of the strategic authority, the statutory instrument that creates it, and the work that will then go on with it being introduced through Parliament. So this report is firstly updating you, but also seeking your approval to look at those, for us to look at those different issues. And if we find ourselves in a position where we had to agree things very quickly, there is a mechanism for doing so. I'd just like to say something very clearly about that, though. You will see that there is reference to that only happening where we cannot agree a cabinet meeting at short notice, and I don't foresee a situation where that would necessarily happen. But the other undertaking I give to you all, throughout this process, we have always ensured that we bring the significant matters to Council so that you can all scrutinise them and you can all have your say ahead of any cabinet meeting. We will continue to do that, and if there are significant issues either around the finance or the representation that we feel require us to come back to Council and obtain your approval and ensure your scrutiny, we will absolutely do that as well. So, colleagues, I recommend this to you. It is the end of one part of the journey and the beginning of a second part, I hope, but one that of which we should all be proud in the respect of our changing the way in which the powers that are, or the way in which government interacts with us, and the way in which we can hold powers ourselves locally to be able to influence the lives for all our residents for the better. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm doing it now.
Right, thank you. Members, are there any questions, please, for the leader? Councillor? No? Any questions? Yes, Councillor Crawford.
Sorry, excuse me.
Wait.
The question I have is about the consultation that's mentioned. It says that there is no information from the government about the results of consultation. And I think perhaps that should be requested, if that's possible. And I feel that somehow throughout the county there may be consultation fatigue, because in my area we have the county council consultation, we have the district council consultation, and also we have parish and town council consultation, all going on at the same time. And people are saying nobody takes any notice of these consultations. Therefore, can we ask for the results of consultation to be made clear? Thank you.
Thank you. Leader, any comment, please?
Yes, Councillor Crawford, thank you. And I don't disagree with your comment around us needing to absolutely get the outcome of the consultation that did occur and feed it back. Anecdotally, my understanding is that it was broadly and widely in favour of the proposals that were being put forward. But we don't have the detail of the results as yet, because that will be accompanying the government's announcement, I understand. So once we have that, we can certainly make sure that it is fed back to everybody and that we make it clear. But at this point in time, it was a government consultation. It was an MHCLG consultation rather than our own. And so we are waiting for that announcement and for that information to come out so that we can then ensure that we disseminate it and let people see what the outcome of that was and how it underpins the decision that hopefully the government will be making.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? I see no hands. I see no names on the list. In which case, then we move on to debate. Is there any debate on the matter? Councillor Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On a Hampshire Solent basis, I think this is a really exciting opportunity. It's a solid plan that we have in front of us today. It has wide involvement and it has a good set of project work streams. It's frustrating that the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government, MHCLG, is running slow. It's the one moving part in all of these changes that seems to have the most problems with keeping to promised timings. And I have a very minor niggle that in paragraph 9, we talk about engaging with the Hampshire Prosperity Partnership, but we don't talk about engaging with its Solent equivalent. But there does remain a big gap in this plan, not region-wide, but that sits with us. Now, I really appreciate the leader's verbal commitment to involve us in the design work that's going on and bring back major decisions as needed. But in the end, I read this paper wearing two hats. As a leader of a district council, looking through a regional lens, I go, it all looks fine to me. I can see where I'm involved because I'm in the loop. As a backbench county councillor, I go, hang on a minute. We're setting up a structure where people are going to go off and decide things on our behalf. It's going to affect my area. How do I scrutinise what they're doing? How do I have an input into it? How do I ensure that their position is right for my residents and my area? And so I'm very happy to support the recommendations as far as they go that we have in front of us, but I think they do need to go further. So can we know who our representatives will be? Can we know how their work will be scrutinised and held accountable to councillors? We live in times where devolution and local government reorganisation risks a huge push towards centralisation, towards disempowering frontline councillors and the communities that they represent. But we collectively don't have to accept this, and we should do what we can to resist it. So while this paper is fine as far as it goes, it does need to go further. I don't think it's right to put in an amendment to do this, but I would like the leader's commitment that we, the backbenchers and councillors of all parties, will have a properly protected role in how the County Council fulfills its part within this new combined authority and come back with specific plans to make this happen.
Any further debate? Councillor Wallace.
Thank you, Chair. I welcome the proposal from the government to move to a supplementary vote system for the mayoral elections. In the time that we've entered it, we're now in a time of multi-party politics. There's no place for the outdated and discredited first-past-the-post voting system. I'm pleased that the government has recognised this for the mayoral elections, and I look forward to the government introducing a modern, fairer voting system for general elections as soon as possible. Every year, more people are becoming disillusioned with politics and the political process. The feeling that they're not being represented in the decision-making is a big part of that issue, and it is ridiculous to have 100% of national policy decisions made by a party that only received 1/3 of the public vote, meaning that 2/3 of people are being completely ignored. When Parliament doesn't represent public opinion, it has a real impact on life in Britain. Westminster's voting system artificially divides the country, polarising us rather than allowing us to come together. The one-person-takes-all system makes everything black and white, hiding the many areas of agreement. Every issue becomes a stick to defeat an opponent rather than something to be solved to the advantage of all. The supplementary vote system the government is planning to reintroduce for mayoral and PCC elections is a step in the right direction, and I hope that the government acknowledges. I hope that the government's acknowledgement of the limitations of first past the post means that we will see a different, modernised voting system for national elections as soon as possible too. Thank you.
Okay, somewhat off topic. Can I ask Councillor Porter, please, to speak now?
Thank you. I wasn't able to attend the recent meeting in person, but I did watch the whole thing online yesterday. And two things struck me, really. One was the real challenge from the Isle of Wight, or about the Isle of Wight. We know that services there will be challenged as the population grows older and the scale of the work there grows as the buying value of the council there can't provide the services that they need. managing the Isle of Wight growth will be difficult without the major changes here, and yet
Can I
consistently...
intervene just briefly, Councillor Porter? We're on the devolution bit.
I know.
Not on the LGR bit.
I know.
Okay.
But I'm just mentioning that because, for me, that's one of the areas where we haven't quite got the representation right for the Isle of Wight in the way in which the mayoralty works. And I still think that is a point that's missed in this whole paper, back to government. And also, yesterday, when I listened, East Hants were invited to take part in a very meaningful way. The County Council took that role at that meeting, and East Hants just said, thank you very much, that was very interesting, as far as I could see. And I am concerned that the process of devolution and back to a mayoralty will still remain that the County Council becomes the chief responder to the mayoralty. And I don't hear anything different, and my parishes don't see anything different, that the County Council will be the direct feeder into the mayoralty. And I wanted to know how we can make that clear in our future consultations, that this is done, because I do believe, that isn't a question, that's a rhetorical question, because I think it's a challenge to all of us to make sure that the role of those unitary authorities in deciding the outcomes that the mayoralty achieves will be a really important part of this conversation. And I just did not hear that in any of the conversations, and I have not heard that in any of the conversations. And we keep bypassing it in any conversations that we have, really. We've challenged the national parks as well, and how they would be involved, and I don't believe we've really got that quite right yet in this paper.
Thank you, Councillor. I see Councillor Reid next, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Paragraph 23 lays out some of the responsibilities for the mayoral authority, including transport and infrastructure, and a bit further down, housing and strategic planning. There is a great significance, I believe, in the setting up of the mayoral authority, because strategic planning goes up a level. Now, in Basingstoke, we suffer from having the vagaries of the National Planning Policy Framework being used by developers. They like nothing better than to identify a field, build 400 houses, and get away with building 400 houses without any supporting infrastructure, because 400 is quite a low number. But by the time they've done that 5 times, they've built 2,000 houses with no infrastructure, and that is what is happening in real life. Now, I am hoping that when we have a mayoral authority, there will be a bit more top-down view of the planning process, and the infrastructure accompanying the housing will be provided, and that the mayoral authority will be the defender of our communities when it comes to that. So I very much welcome the paragraph 23, and for those of us who are representing this council in the negotiations, I hope that you might agree with what I've just said and make that point strongly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Keith House, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. And I find myself deeply worried because I'm agreeing with Stephen Reid on that last point. It does happen.
Keith agrees with me, he tends to be right.
I think I've heard that before as well. I think that we have to approach this positively, which we are. On this side of the chamber, we've been passionately supportive of devolution and the concepts behind it for many years. On planning and infrastructure, of course, local planning authorities do have the ability to achieve infrastructure first if they're prepared to invest, and some local planning authorities have done that with great success. Many others haven't, and not just left it to developers to fail. The key issue here is going to be whether this genuinely becomes about devolution, or whether in time it becomes about aggregation upwards. And I still am worried that we know the centralising power of the state is such that things get sucked into the middle. And almost every power that's being suggested for this mayoral combined authority are powers that we once held here before previous governments took them away. And the risk is that the mayoral combined authority will suck up power from these new super-unitary authorities in many areas. We must guard against that at all costs, because we are the advocates for local government in the room. This will be a success if it genuinely pulls power down from Westminster and from Whitehall and allows local decision-making on things where the locals know best, and the locals know better than civil servants and remote ministers who are only in a chair for a year or less. That's a massive test that we all have to hold government to account on, and to hold the new mayoral combined authority to account on in both its first tentative 2 years where it still operates within the current local government system, and then onwards to where it works into the new local government system. And I'd like to see a vision for the future here that genuinely talks about ambition way beyond that's in these papers, that says that a lot of the nationally delivered services can be better delivered at local level. And I single out health, most importantly. It's the most important thing we do as local authorities, yet we're told we're not health authorities. We are health authorities. We're here to avoid the National Health Service having to pick up the bits if we can keep people well through a great environment, through a strong economy and good social support. If we can get that lot right, we'll achieve an awful lot more than what's on this agenda paper this morning. That's the ambition I hope we can all rise to.
Any further debate? Councillor Harrison.
Thank you, Chair. I often hear expectations of a wonderful vision, but sometimes I have reservations, because just imagine we get a reform mayor. One of the great achievements of this council was to agree on a policy towards net zero by 2050. We've been working towards that very good end for a long time now. And we can see from reform policies that they're not interested in net zero. Only yesterday, one of their representatives wrote to all the utility companies to say, if they're going to progress the policies towards renewable energy, they're going to damage that policy. I don't think that the people we represent are going to welcome that. Now, you may say, well, that's democracy. And yes, people will have the opportunity when it comes to electing a mayor to make that choice. But I feel very strongly indeed that there is a real danger of a dystopian future, not a positive future. And I would like to hear from other members whether they share my reservations, Chairman.
I see no hands at all for any further debate, in which case then, Councillor Tree.
Thank you, Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to respond quickly to Councillor Harrison. We're all different political sides in this chamber, and it's our responsibility, politicians' responsibility, to demonstrate to the electorate in a democracy why a mayoral candidate should be elected from one party or another. And at the day that we decide that the electorate, I'm not saying you suggested this, can't be trusted to make the right choice, or might indeed make the wrong choice, or a choice that people will disagree with, we don't actually have democracy. So I think one quote once said that democracy was the worst form of government, but there's no better alternative. And I really do think it will be for the passion of mayoral candidates of any party to put themselves forward and demonstrate that positive outlook as to why they could do the best job for Hampshire. And we have to trust that process, because the alternative is we simply don't have democracy. And that's my thought on it. Thank you.
Right. Any further debate? I see Councillor Philpott.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't think Councillor Harrison need worry, because if a Reform mayor or any other mayor does something the Secretary of State doesn't like, the Secretary of State overrule them anyway.
Right. Any further debate? Right, Leader, would you care to respond to the debate, please?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you everybody for your thoughts. As usual, I'll just quickly go back through everybody's comments, although there's not much to say about Stevens, unfortunately, so other than say he's probably right. And Andy, I completely agree with you as well. I think David makes a good point around be careful about what we wish, but equally, at the end of the day, we are a democracy. And whilst we may not agree with one another, we may not agree with other people about their different positions, at the end of the day, our residents will vote for whoever they feel gives them the best possible chance. And as Andy says, it's for all of us to go out and make that case as positively as we possibly can. Indeed, when we were in Lymington on Tuesday night doing one of the devolution and local government reorganisation presentations that I've been doing around the county, we were helpfully joined by a number of the local Reform Party members. They helpfully identified themselves by all wearing rosettes. But in doing so, they then also nodded along to pretty much everything that we were saying, and there was nothing sort of partisan in what Barry and I were talking about. We were just explaining what is happening, essentially, with the different things going on. But they did seem to be fair to them. Their questions were positive, and their engagement was positive. So hopefully, although things may happen more difficult, it may be more difficult elsewhere. Locally, it was quite positive. So, Keith, I completely agree with you. At the end of the day, this is down to us making sure that everything we do points to us making decisions locally. There is no point doing devolution unless we're going to actually take those powers back from Westminster that you're absolutely right have been taken away over the years. And as a consequence of that, one of the things that we really must look at is exactly as both you and Stephen have highlighted, is the ability to deliver infrastructure that actually supports the kind of development that the government are requiring us to undertake. And this gives us an opportunity to do that. I would have liked to have been able to be in a position to say to you, we're going to be able to negotiate something that's bespoke for us. The way it looks like this is going to be is that the Act is going to give us a set deal to begin with that will be similar to each of the other priority areas, but that at least is a start, and then we trust in the Mayor and the Strategic Authority members to be able to take that forward. And in which case, coming to Jackie's point, I understand where I think you were trying to get to, Jackie, in the respect of saying, so how do we ensure that that we get the representation and the unitary authorities once they are created right, and how do we manage that now in that interim period until such time as we understand what it looks like? And all of this is a bit cart before the horse, if I might say, and it kind of matches also with some of the points that Martin was making too. At the end of the day, we can't decide what the strategic authority makeup looks like for the new system until we know what the new system is. And so whilst we might be able to put forward ideas around that in the eventual submission that we make in September, and our plan says this, therefore we think it would look like that. Actually, until such time as we get that decision, we're not going to be able to make any kind of detailed plan around that. But two things to remind you. In our original agreement to go ahead, we accepted the amendment that said that stakeholders, particularly the national parks and the district and boroughs, should be involved. So that's one thing that we have. And secondly, we have established that there should be, as far as possible, parity of size so that there is equalisation of representation, accepting that there's always going to be that tension with the island, because the other principle we established of saying that the island should remain separate mitigates a bit against that. But that's something that we need to overcome in those negotiations. And Malcolm's point about a supplementary vote is well made. A supplementary vote will not be the system we use next year to elect the first mayor. It will still be first past the post. The legislation will not be in place until elections that are taken forward from 2027 onwards. And for those of you that might have looked at your news apps, the government have just announced as well that going forward, 16 and 17-year-olds will be able to vote going forward as well. Martin, a number of different points. Again, coming back to that point of horse and cart, in terms of understanding exactly how the system will work by way of holding people to account. That is something that we absolutely need to agree and decide, both as part of our establishment of the strategic authority, and also then how we as a council currently, and then how we as unitary councils in the future engage with that. It's not something that we can agree as yet because we don't know exactly how it's going to look, and there is still some further negotiation to be carried out about something that I know that you're already passionate around, the amount of representation from each of the different areas at the moment versus the future representation that comes from whatever the map is that the government eventually tell us, and that comes back to Jackie's point. But I'm very happy to commit to the fact that we will talk about how the county council then holds its members of the strategic authority to account and how we also scrutinise the strategic authority. But I think we need to understand how it's actually going to look and what that relationship is going to look like, and that comes hopefully in the next few hours with the announcement that says that we're definitely going ahead and that we then have something detailed about which we can look. But I'm very happy to make that commitment. More democracy, Martin, is a good thing, more of everything. So that's an important thing. Final thing to say, just about the Solent Growth Partnership. It's not in our report because we, the County Council area, work with the Hampshire Prosperity Partnership Board. Our colleagues in Southampton and Portsmouth and the Isle of Wight are those who work with the Solent Growth Partnership. It is for them to work with their economic partnership and then bring to the table at the monthly meetings that we all have as upper tier leaders with our team that are beginning to put the strategic authority together to make sure that that voice is heard. So it's not that we're ignoring the voice, it's just that there is a place for that with the unitary leaders and the unitary authorities feeding that in, whereas our place is to represent the views of the Prosperity Partnership Board, well represented by you as well in terms of the joint leaders meeting that underpins it as well. So I hope that's helpful to everybody. Thank you for your positive comments, and I recommend the report to you.
Right, thank you, Leader. I don't think there are any more comments or questions, in which case then what we'll do is go to the vote. The recommendations are on page 23 and 24 of your papers, and is a recommendation that the County Council recommends to the Cabinet, basically. Right, all those in favour, please show. Anybody against? Don't see anyone against. Thank you very much. That then brings us on to the next item, which is item 12. This is the English Devolution White Paper. It's on pages 35 through to pages 406. I nearly fell off my stool when I saw that number. Basically, we're going to have, first of all, I'm going to ask you if I can vary the standing orders for item 12 and adjust the length of speeches. And what we're looking at is the same speech lengths as we have for the budget debate. That is a half-an-hour slot for the leaders and 4-minute slot for the seconders and so on. Before I do go on to that and vary the standing orders, do you agree? By acclamation? Anyone not agree? Right, we're all agreed, although I do hope you don't take the full time. Oh, right, good. You have, in fact, the debate sequence, I think, given to you. It starts off with the Leader of the Council and so on. Then there'll be questions, but not debate. And so it goes on with the various other leaders. Okay, and I'll call you as we go along. Right, the most important thing to do is to call the leader now and ask him to present the report.
So, Mr. Chairman, thank you. We've talked about the positive stuff. Now we get on to what I think is the trickier and less positive part of the English Devolution Bill. First thing to say is that we should remember that the government are requiring us to do this. So I think all of us here in this chamber would not necessarily be going down this route if it was our choice. Engaging with devolution is a positive thing for us. We've done so positively, and we've done so in the hope that we can ensure a much better arrangement for local government in our area. Engaging with the local government reorganisation part of this, if I might suggest, is defensive for all of us. And it doesn't matter which council, about which council we're talking, everybody feels the same way. The one thing I should perhaps explain to you before we go further is why are we talking about a different plan to many of the districts and boroughs, and indeed the 3 unitaries. And that comes down to a simple fact that throughout I have been very clear, and I started saying this back in January when we were discussing this. When we bring forward any plans, it is our duty, I believe, to make sure that we establish the data, we establish an objective and fully evidenced view that ensures that the councils that we suggest should be created post this body no longer existing, and the districts and boroughs who work alongside us being in the same place, that must be sustainable, and it must be financially resilient, and it must retain the quality of service that we, all of us, currently provide our residents in Hampshire, and not to do so would be an abrogation of our duty. So the report before us today presents a clear recommendation for the preferred option for local government reorganisation. The government require us not just to look to our own particular areas, but also to set out a map for the entirety of the piece. That's easier for us because we are an overarching body that looks after 1.4 million of the 2.1 million people that are covered by the Hampshire and Solent area. And our recommendation is not being made lightly. It's grounded in substantial body of evidence and a rigorous, comprehensive analysis of the full range of options available to us. The depth and the quality of this work reflects the seriousness with which we have approached the process. So I'd like to extend my thanks to all of you for your active engagement in the recent briefing sessions, including the financial methodology session in June, the report orientation last week, and the all-day briefing on Tuesday. Members acknowledged how valuable these were in fully understanding the papers and the recommendation and preparing for today's debate. And can I thank also all of the officers who have worked incredibly hard, who have listened to every voice and have ensured not only that we have established our own report, but that the data and the evidence is held centrally across the area so that any of our partner councils can access it and come up with their own conclusions. So today's decision will represent an important milestone in the local government reorganisation process, and I've been clear since the beginning of this that we must be evidence and data-led and guided by the principles we agreed. And this commitment is something that I retain throughout this today and the rest of the process going forward. The significant work to date has enabled a recommended option to be identified, subject to the decision of all of you in this chamber, and then at Cabinet tomorrow we will move into the next phase, and that's beginning to refine and strengthen the preferred option. So we will develop the business case, we will prepare our submission to government in September, but most importantly we will engage with the people that we represent, and our partners and our stakeholders in understanding their views as well. Let me be clear. Getting LGR right is not just about governance. It is critical to the outcomes for our residents, in particular the most vulnerable in society, who are supported and safeguarded by our brilliant and outstanding teams every single day. There are positives around local government reorganisation. There are opportunities. There's an opportunity to do things differently in creating brand new organisations that can more effectively integrate services across the two-tier system and work differently with our communities and our partners. Although we know LGR itself will not solve a number of the financial challenges facing our sector, providing a stable and secure basis of transition will be absolutely imperative if we are to unlock any transformation opportunities they bring. So one of the factors that I think we need to remember is the answer that the government gave us to the asks that we agreed back in March. We asked them to give us more time. They said no. So that's why we find ourselves here. We asked them whether they were going to support us financially in the changes that we are about to make. They said no. They seem to think that we can afford the changes from the savings we will make. That's patently ridiculous, in my view. But that is also why we therefore need to have an even stronger commitment to looking at the three different pillars of place, of quality, and of financial resilience when we make our recommendation. Because let's not make any, let's not mistake ourselves, let's not kid ourselves. These changes will cost money, a lot of money. It doesn't matter what the outcome is, they're still going to cost people, they're still going to cost a lot, they're going to cost millions. And that money needs to come out of the funding that we otherwise have for the services that we deliver. So getting it right is absolutely imperative. We're not making a decision today. We're not going to make a decision at the end of the day. Maybe it would be easier if we were. All we're being asked to do is take forward our preferred recommendation so that we can begin that engagement upon it through August and then bring that back for all of us to scrutinise and agree in September, ready for submission on the 26th of that month. We're putting forward our best guess, and we're putting it forward for consideration. And our colleagues in the other districts and boroughs, and the unitary authorities are doing the same thing. I'm incredibly grateful to our colleagues from East Hampshire who joined with us in this journey because it gave us a particularly useful perspective of a district and borough view, and they have been both collegiate and informative and supportive throughout that journey, and they have had significant influence on how this proposal now looks. The point at which we differed from our partners was the point at which they said that they felt that the place was more important and that there should be 4 unitary councils on the mainland plus the Isle of Wight, and that was the solution that must be the answer. Whether it included boundary changes or not, that is the way in which they have gone. And we decided as a cabinet that we felt that we needed to look at the evidence first and come up with a proposal that met all of those criteria that we had set ourselves and that we felt we owed to the people of Hampshire. There is no right answer. The options being considered that are not that we are not here are not wrong. They are just different, and they place a different emphasis. Whatever we decide, I think we need to ensure that we do so with rigorous analysis, that we have a proposal that is grounded in objective data, and most of all protects the most vulnerable people we serve. We have given equal weight in this proposal to place, to quality, and to resilience. I fully respect that others may place stronger emphasis on local identity and sense of place. That perspective is entirely valid. But ultimately, particularly given the challenges that we have with the cost of implementation, delivering what works for residents is the most important thing. Protecting the most vulnerable in our society is the most important thing. And avoiding setting up new councils that are established to fail financially would be doing a disservice to all of the residents we serve. And so that is why I would recommend this paper to you, and I look forward to your debate around the preferred option that is being put to us by our officers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Right. Thank you, Leader. Before I move on, what I'm going to do now is invite members to question the Leader on his presentation before I move on to the other speakers. So are there any questions at this stage on the leader's presentation. Councillor Todd SC first, and then Councillor Taylor.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Chairman. This morning I downloaded the 2 Surrey local government reorganisation submissions, one for 2 councils in Surrey and one for 3. And between the 2 submissions, Surrey councils reckon it's going to cost between £24 million a year and 39 million pounds a year to go from 2 councils to 3. The 2 submissions don't agree as to how much that is. The paper in front of us today says that the way that Hampshire proposes to do things and is analysing the question means it will cost £80 million a year to go from 4 councils to 5. That's 2 or 3 times as much as Surrey has assessed the move from 2 or 3. What have you learned from Surrey councils about how they are able to make this transition so much more efficiently and effectively than your proposal?
Thank you, Councillor Todd, for that question. I think you'll find that it's not an annual amount, it's a one-off cost. And I think that in terms of looking at Surrey versus ourselves, remember Surrey isn't being asked to pair with any adjacent authority. They are in a different place in terms of the amount of income that they have and their financial situation. They are able to charge much higher council tax than we do. It is not something that we would necessarily have looked at, because to do so would I would suggest, be comparing apples and pears. We need to look at the structure of local government within Hampshire and the Solent, and we need to make a judgment based upon the costs and the work that we currently do here, rather than looking at what might be happening in other authorities.
Right. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. I have got a question. I'm hoping I'm getting it in the right part of the process. In relation to paragraph 114 of the report, it mentions the fact that there are savings to be unlocked through potential reduction in total number of members and so on. And I think we all have an expectation there will be changes to member numbers and warding and so on. That paragraph also suggests that it will be dealt with by the Boundary Commission. My understanding of the criteria was that we would need to include some information about that and about our ideas on that within a submission. So I just want to confirm, is that correct? And if so, will we be doing it? And can we make arrangements, please, so that members can either be surveyed with views or their ideas on the subject? Thank you.
Leader.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. I'm very happy to make that commitment that if we are putting any detail in there, that we would make sure that everybody is surveyed and understands how it might work. Our understanding is that obviously any decision around the number of councillors elected to any new authority and the boundaries for any wards or divisions that are created as a consequence of it would be a decision for the Boundary Commission. But you're right in saying I think we are asked to make some general comments around how that might look and how we think it might look, because there is, of course, that important link between the local democratic element of the new councils and neighbourhood empowerment and so on. It's worth reflecting, just as a point of interest, that when BCP was created 6 years ago, the way that Christchurch was integrated into the merger of the 2 unitaries of Bournemouth and Poole, generally the wards, all of the wards in Bournemouth, for example, used to have 3 members. They went down to 2, and county divisions were used as the basis for the wards that were created in Christchurch for the new authorities, and they also elected 2 members each. You generally find that the size of the county divisions that we each represent is roughly the same as the size of the unitary wards alongside us in Southampton or Portsmouth. Doesn't apply to the island, of course, but that is something that if you are beginning to think about how it might look, might be worth considering. But it'll be down to us to look at how we think that might work. And of course, once we know exactly what the government want us to do by way of an eventual map, then that becomes much easier, because you can begin to establish in more detail how you might be able to implement that. But, sorry, very long answer to a very easy question. whatever we're putting in, we'll make sure that there is an element of involvement and scrutiny from all members in that.
All right, question from Councillor Crawford, please.
Thank you, Chair. My question really, in a sense, concerns the Isle of Wight, because I heard what the leader had to say about the need for unitary authorities going forward to be sustainable financially and so on. So my question would be, if Hampshire's submission is on the basis that it is, does that include that Hampshire believes that the Isle of Wight as a separate authority is sustainable going forward?
So thank you, Councillor Crawford. I think, if I might say, it's not for us to cast any judgment over our neighbouring authorities in terms of their sustainability or the way in which they wish to conduct themselves at any one time. What I would say is that from day one of the conversations, and if you think back to the point at which we began to talk about devolution without knowing that local government reorganisation might be coming along back in June of last year, it was always very clear that the island have a very separate identity, and they have a very strong and proud history and sense of difference and sense of separation from the rest of us. At the end of the day, they are an authority that is separated from the rest of us by a few miles of water. So that will always make things different. It is, though, undoubtedly the case that smaller unitary authorities find it difficult to provide services increasingly. In fact, the island, to my understanding, are not as badly off as many other of the smaller unitaries around our part of the country. Part of their solution, though, is to work collaboratively with their neighbours on the mainland, and that's something that I know they do. They have done in the past with us, and they're very successfully, and that they now proudly do with Portsmouth. So I suspect that there is a point at which they would need to work much more closely with one of the new councils on the mainland. That would bring benefit to them, and I think that may well form the eventual part of the submission that we all make. But regardless of whether we're talking here about one of the idea that we are putting forward or any of the other ideas, we all at day one agreed that the island's request that they should be considered as a separate entity should remain. And I'm happy to having made that commitment to them, I'm happy that we stick with that. I'm happy too that they are helping us, all of us, with giving us the reasons why the island should stay separate. And Jim McMahon has been very clear in all the meetings he's had with us to say it is for us to make that case. And I hope that we make a good enough case for them. And they are helping us in doing so. If the government disagree with that, no doubt they'll tell us, and no doubt we'll be coming back to talk again about how the island might sit within whatever the arrangements are for that new local government geography. But at this point in time, I feel that we should both stick with our commitment that we made in March, in our principles that we established then, and also undertake that, or also stick to the agreement that we made that the island make their case for remaining in terms of governance separate, and that they can then choose how they work with the unitaries on the mainland to best improve their services and ensure that they are sustainable going forward. If the government want to tell us to do something different, then of course we'll have to do it. But at this point in time, that is the unanimous view of all of the authorities across Hampshire and the Solent.
Thank you. I'm struck by the fact that until 1973, the Isle of Wight was part of Hampshire anyway, but there we go. I have a question now from Councillor Dowden.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. To the leader, obviously, I'm a little concerned about the whole thing, quite frankly, from Jim McMahon, simply because it is all being rushed. I know we've had opportunities. On Tuesday, I wanted to be there, but I couldn't. And I've given some questions to Mr. Lowe in regards to the financial situation to Ask Price Waterhouse. It's 4 or 5 questions. And I am concerned because even the Association of Directors of Social Care has given a stark warning to central government about the shortfalls in finances for social care. And of course, we've got the SEND situation as well. So whichever organisations are set up, they're going to have those same difficulties. And the way I see it, unless there is more money coming in the pot to these setups, whatever organisation it is, it's doomed to fail without that money.
Your question, please, Councillor.
So my question is, do you agree with me? It is more than difficult.
Leader, can you respond?
So, Councillor Dowden, yes, I absolutely agree with you. And that is why ensuring that we put forward, not only, this is the point of it, isn't it? Not only are we in a position where we are desperately needing additional support to deal with the increased burden that we carry, the increased burden that the government has placed upon us. And you will hear in a minute from my colleague Councillor Warwick's financial reports that we still continue to lobby continuously and assiduously for additional support for us. But the whole point of this, the challenge that we have is that the government are expecting us to do this with no additional funding for the cost of change. It doesn't matter how many unitary councils we create. We could create one. It's still going to cost, and it's still going to cost us all to undertake that change. And so it's adding an additional burden at a time when we are most stretched. And so I absolutely agree with you. This is asking us to make decisions really quickly with an uncertain outcome at a time of financial stress. None of those things are a good place to be, but that's why we need to be on the front foot with this and make sure that we are putting forward the most well-evidenced and the most sustainable argument for how that should look, because we owe it to the most vulnerable residents that we serve to do that.
Right. Thank you, Leader. I see no further questions, so at which point I will move on to the Leader of the Liberal Democrat Group, Councillor Keith House, to respond to the proposals and to move any amendment. Again, we're now on the timing for the budget, so it's up to 30 minutes.
Thank you so much, Chair. And let's just start where there's a clear area of agreement across the Council chamber. Because if there's going to be some disagreement, let's work out where we start in support of each other. Firstly, Nick's preamble when he launched this session. We wouldn't be doing this way. Quite a few of us probably wouldn't be doing it at all. But we are where we are, and we don't have that choice. And secondly, Alan Dowden's last question, which is that none of this is going to get us over the fundamental problem that local government finance doesn't add up. And we disabuse the process if we think that suddenly this is going to be solved simply by a quick bit of geography fix and a bit of structural fix. It is, in that sense, doomed to fail. The only solutions are either reflating local government from the centre in terms of money, or by giving local authorities the ability to generate more income in different ways, which many of us have argued for a long time, or by giving us the ability to vary our statutory powers and duties, or by, and I fear this is the one which is most likely to happen, government simply removing yet more things and aggregating them to the centre because the local councils can't fund them. We probably need to do all of those in one form or another if this is ever going to work. But we're not here now talking about that. We're dealing with the reality of an imposed deadline for an imposed set of values that probably conflict with what most of us would like to see in the way that local government works. So first of all, Chair, and so we can get the mechanics out of the way now, we would like a recorded vote on each vote on these proposals. We do so as we all need to be held to account for our decisions today, given how serious they are for the future of our county. I think that needs a few colleagues to stand up to ask for recorded votes. If I can ask some colleagues to stand up for recorded votes throughout that process, and I think that probably doesn't need a count, whether you're going to do it because you're a geographer and a mathematician, Chair, and I always appreciate geographers and mathematicians. Good. And over there. Lots and lots and lots, and more. Bring it up, bring it up. Okay, cool.
Okay, that's adequate.
So we are going to move an amendment from this side of the chamber. And to be really clear, we are moving an amendment which is not a prescriptive amendment with a set of alternate proposals, but one that's enabling and gives more opportunity for this council to think again, because we can do better and we must do better. That is being circulated, I believe, both electronically and in paper. I'm not quite sure how it's happening, but this was supposedly choreographed a little bit earlier on, but there we are. So the amendment is to rewrite the recommendations to agree that based on the work completed so far to date, further work needs to be undertaken, particularly to evaluate and decide the best option for the future of local government in Hampshire and the Solent, including for shared and continuing services, and to achieve sustainability for an Isle of Wight unitary authority. And B, further engages with stakeholders, partner councils, residents and members to bring forward proposals that better respond to the places of the Hampshire and Solent community, informed by local views and meeting local needs prior to bringing back to council for finalisation, agreement and submission to government in September 2025. Now, Chair, we've all got involved in local government for different reasons at different times. We all have our own personal story. Mine is probably similar to some, but not that many in this room. I got involved first in all this stuff over 40 years ago as a callow youth. It does feel like a long time ago now. And with that callow youth view that wasn't politics exciting and wouldn't it be great to be an MP? And then I started turning up at my local district council meeting at Eastleigh Borough Council, where full council meetings then used to often go on till 2 or 3 in the morning. They didn't have things like resolved items. Everything was recommended from every committee. And there were some fantastic, inspiring debates. And some great local politicians of all the 3 parties at the time, the Liberal Party, the Conservative Party, the Labour Party. We still had Labour councillors then. There had lots of Conservative councillors then. And they all made great contributions. And they inspired the callow youth to think this is exciting and this is worth getting involved in. And it took a few more years for me to realise, actually, I didn't want to be an MP. Far better to get involved in local community politics and be able to make a difference. We all make a difference. We have more ability to get things done than just about every member of Parliament, with probably the exception of the Prime Minister and the Chancellor. And that's a fact. Everyone else simply does as they're told in Westminster and ends up chasing casework. Of course, we chase casework too, and it matters enormously. But the ability to do things for our community, to achieve results, to deliver infrastructure, to get homes built, to improve services, to fix problems for people, is something which is special about local government. And it's something that's special, that's invested in place. Our place, however we define our place. And it's about securing local government for our communities that makes that tangible difference and makes it worthwhile. Now, I say we've all got involved in this for different reasons, but at core, my guess is there are some similarities from the callow youth to each of you in your own way getting involved in local government through this council, and many of you through your district councils too, and probably many more through your parish and town councils in addition to that. We're gluttons for punishment. It's unloved, it's underpaid, it's undervalued, but there's a hell of a lot more job satisfaction than being an MP who just turns up and is told how to vote. And that's where I start on this report and this debate, Chair, Leader, colleagues. Because I think we really must do better. We really must. Why? It says in this report that the only solution is to create the third and fourth largest councils in England. It says in this report that ruling out 4 mainland councils or more as unviable, when even these will be substantially larger than most existing unitary authorities, and indeed many that have been recently created. It clearly reads as saying, we failed to make the case for 2 mainland councils, let's try our luck on 3, and then work back to make the evidence fit our conclusion. And that becomes abundantly clear as you read through the appendices and you test the model. Very, very clear indeed. So my plea is that we think again, because it's clearly not good enough. We've had a few misleading statements along the way. Firstly, the often quoted thing about a minimum of 500,000 population residents in each of these new councils. Yes, of course, the first statement from government did say that. Let's be clear, it did. But the minister has been very, very clear ever since that he wants an average of 500,000 residents and will want to see very strong justification for large variations from that 500,000 figure. Figures like below 350,000 or above 650,000 have even been mentioned as ones where the minister actually isn't interested because they're too small in his terms or too large in his terms. What are we doing? We're proposing one that's smaller and 2 that are larger. So we start from not even meeting the base government test. And secondly, and I am very sorry to say this, Nick, misleading comments, even from the leader to our parish councils earlier this week, muddling debt and deficit in making the financial justification for options. Many of our councils have borrowing for investment and long-term income. Eastleigh, Portsmouth, if we go back far enough in history, Basingstoke, where income covers the borrowing cost. That funds infrastructure, creates jobs, builds homes, holds council tax down, and it can be a good thing. It's not always, but it can be. Other councils have deficits. And that's where the running costs of those councils exceed their regular, reliable income. That's Hampshire, and it has been Southampton. I'm not making a political point about this at all. It's simply a matter of fact. And the effect of those deficits creates service cuts, loses jobs, increases tax, and is a downward spiral of doom. It's where we are here now, and I know which of those 2 options I would prefer. Now, it's possible that maybe the leader misspoke. These things happen from time to time. I'm sure he wasn't actively trying to mislead, or perhaps worse, simply didn't understand. But para 169 of the report in front of us, Nick, is there in black and white if you want to read it. Finally, the report itself here contains errors and omissions. A simple example, para 113, that fails to refer to elections across 10 councils in our area in 2024. Basic mistakes in a rushed, hurried report. It might have been a consultant's download that we failed to pick up. I don't know. But it comes to something when a local government report celebrates the opportunity, and that's the word that's used, to reduce elections and to reduce accountability. No wonder that our cancelled elections here this year were celebrated by the machine. Simply no understanding of local democracy. So what do we have here, and how does it measure up to being a local council and the government's tests? Most of the proposals here simply fail. And let's do the geography first, because geography does matter, and I know the chair agrees that geography matters. The case made for the Isle of Wight is weak and unsustainable, just as it is now and has been for years. This is a core failure to meet the government's test. We simply must have a solution for the island that works, or risk the islands being bolted onto the mainland, which I don't believe anyone here supports. We're already a strike down, even before we start talking about Hampshire. Let's look then at one of the council proposals, a council for everywhere from New Milton to Andover down to Hamble and including Southampton. A southwest Hampshire that stretches to the Berkshire borders and says to the residents of Andover that the local government base is likely to be an hour's drive away on the south coast. Is that local government? No, it isn't local government. Then another council for everywhere from Aldershot, Fleet and Winchester down to Wickham, Denmead and Horndean. And North Hampshire that supposedly includes Rowlands Castle, with its largest settlement another hour's drive away in Basingstoke. Not the historic Winchester, Basingstoke City Council, perhaps. Is that local government? No, it's not local government. These are consultants' proposals, not people's proposals, and they're not vested in us and Hampshire and the Solent residents. We should recognise them as such, and we should and we must think again. So where should we start? First off, by breaking away from the false assumption that we are creating entirely new entities with no links to neighbours. That is not the case. Secondly, by breaking away from the false assumption that everything will change on day one and existing systems will be broken up and discarded. That's not the case. And thirdly, by failing to even think that we should build on the best of what we have and expand it to preserve excellent services and to reduce cost. Breaking down these fallacies can and must liberate us from the consultants' model and deliver quality local government based on closer to local communities than we have as a county council, even if nowhere near as close to the local communities that we have at our district level. So why not then think a bit more laterally and develop a model based on a very different way of doing businesses? Genuinely shared services, especially but not exclusively upper tier services, locally commissioned by each unitary authority with local difference and variation, and not with a one-size-fits-all, and that's always been this council's weakness. What could that mean? Well, it means being able to make major cost savings in all the areas that Para 128 show, rising in models with more than 2 mainland authorities. There's plenty of evidence of this already in new unitary structures, many where pre-unitary delivery models have been kept, and others where innovative shared service models have been delivered. Such that all of this says is that the evidence behind any of the figures in Para 128, which are used to justify the whole model, is flawed, fatally flawed, and weak. It assumes massive extra spending on back office and IT functions, and additional costs for service delivery on all the models beyond the 2 mainland authority option. And this simply can't be right and need not be right. It's a matter of choice how we go about doing these things. Shared service delivery does not mean a reduction in accountability. It can and should be very different from this. We need to think of shared services very differently. So don't think of one monolithic structure delivering the same services everywhere, remote and detached from local accountability. Think more of one delivery team delivering what can be localised to specifications the local populations locally set. And that's the basis of many area working models that are tried and tested in many councils already. And it's clearly what the government has in mind in recognising the value of area working, albeit fairly recently and belatedly. Para 128 suggests that everything must be split and split quickly with economy of scale returned. And it is simply wrong. It is a consultant's model. The opportunity here, if we grasp it, is to deliver more accountability, to scale, closer to the 2 mainland unitary model, or even more, the one service delivery team across all of Hampshire and the Solent, balanced by local commissioning and accountability, and that can even fix the Isle of Wight's problem. Yet we haven't even scratched the surface of it yet. So think of it more like a major private contractor delivering variations of a basic contract to different clients, a bus operator that delivers services differently in a city, a mobile phone operator that has varying add-on packages, an IT system with highly embedded AI. The model we have described in para 128 must therefore be wrong, and it's a shibboleth for big is beautiful. It isn't. It's not an argument I'd use when the biggest example of that is Birmingham City Council, not much larger than a couple of the councils being proposed in these recommendations to you today. And that's also then why the figures in para 133 cannot be trusted. They assume massive, and truly massive, and I quote relating to IT, cost of data migration, systems migration, setting up new systems from scratch, none of which is needed. And even if it were, not on day one. Many new European authorities have purposely saved on costs by not doing this transition on day one, not in year one, and some not even in decade one, because they don't need to. It is simply evidence manufactured to justify a preordained big is beautiful argument. And so hence para 134 is simply a doomsday descriptor held up to make a flawed case. All of this, colleagues, all of this is untested and a failure rather than aspiration for improvement and for local celebration. And I want the new local government, our new local government, for the new Hampshire and Solent, to be the best of what's in this council as a strategic county council, the best in what's in the locality working of our 11 districts, including the vibrancy of our two larger cities that we lost in 1997 in the last attempt at this fiasco, and to be inclusive of our very, very special island off our coast in the Solent. That is what we should be striving for, and yet we're not. All we have is a dumbing down to the lowest common denominator and lowest level of services. It's the spiral of doom continued. But a striving for excellence that really meets the social, economic and environmental needs of a truly great part of England is what we can and should be aspiring to. And one that linked with genuine devolution, not yet the package on offer as we've already discussed this morning, that can achieve real health improvements through prevention rather than cure. That's one that recognises local place as the starting point for decisions and for real engagement with our communities, that shares the best of what we have now and embeds it in more local decision-making than we have from this council, that's big enough to work, yet close enough to care. Colleagues, be bold today. You've only got one shot of this. Let's do better. Let's do better, starting today. Let's ask Cabinet collectively, collaboratively, genuinely, to think again and to get it right. We deserve no less. I move, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor House. Point of order. Rise.
I'm permitted to ask questions of the proposer of the amendment.
It's certainly not in my experience would that be appropriate at this stage. The next stage actually is that the amendment is on the floor as a proposal only. It needs a seconder. So I'll call for a seconder, and the seconder stands as Councillor Todd. You've got your time now. You've got, I think, 4 minutes as a seconder, or you can reserve for later. Right, it's now formally seconded, so we are debating the amendment, which is we had on screen earlier on. We can put it back on screen if you like. Councillor Crawford, rise please.
Yeah, would it be possible to see the amendment? I don't have it anywhere.
Yes, we can put it back on the screen. It's on the screen.
Can I email it through?
If you want to take a very short agenda, we can talk to Chair about emailing it out to all the
Right.
members.
Suggestion I have coming into both sides of me is that we can have a short adjournment. And what we'll do in that adjournment is to email the amendment to you all on your devices.
So 10 minutes.
Can I suggest 10 minutes? Also, that will act as a comfort break as well. So I formally adjourn the meeting for 10 minutes. amendment at the moment. What I'll do is follow normal practice and have any other amendments as well, and we'll debate all at the same time, and we'll come to a vote at the end of the general debate, rather than debate each separate amendment separately. Okay? I've had some questions about lunch. We're going to keep going as long as we can, and I'll review the situation at 1:30, and if there's still a lot to do at 1:30, obviously we'll stop and have lunch at that time. But really we need to press on and get the business done, because we're not in the best frame of mind if we've been sat here for more than 2 or 3 hours, quite frankly. Right, we'll now go back to the debate, and the next person on my list to speak is the leader of the independent group, Councillor Tree, to respond to the proposals. And you can respond, Councillor Tree, to either the original motion or the amendment. It's all part of one presentation. But you do have 30 minutes, which I hope you don't have to take. Right, Councillor Tree, please.
Thank you. Sorry, is that 30 minutes per proposal? I promise not to. I'll get started. So I say this regularly, and I'm sorry to bore, but for any public watching, it is important to note we are a group of independents with individual views and not a party in itself, with me being the sole member of the Whitehead and Borden Community Party here, Councillors Parker Jones and Pankhurst Independents, and of course Councillor Wallace is the sole member of the Green Party in this council. My colleagues may present their own views during the debate, making them known, including on the amendment. So as a starting point, everyone in this room represents residents in their own division and also has a duty to Hampshire as a whole. I take this responsibility seriously, as does our group. As the leader has said, local government reform is imposed upon us, and I'm sure everyone in the room wants to achieve the best outcome for our residents, having the constraints of the government criteria for any submission, which again, we did not choose. The chicken and egg of us asking the government what are acceptable special circumstances, but them telling us it's for us to justify those circumstances, for example, where less than 500,000 residents could be proposed as acceptable, is somewhat unhelpful in helping us narrow down acceptable proposals and meaning different organisations interpret differently. We have a responsibility as best we can to promote a plan to protect what we do well, such as our excellent rated children's services. A failure here would be catastrophic and extremely serious not to get right. And I do make the point when I speak to people, if the town council makes a mistake, maybe the park is closed or the grass isn't mowed. If the district council makes a mistake, it's really inconvenient because the bins aren't collected. If the county council makes a mistake with its most vulnerable residents, children and vulnerable adults, the outcome could be extremely dire indeed. So Isle of Wight, we hope, can adequately demonstrate, and we can adequately demonstrate why they should remain their own unitary council. They are unique for obvious cultural and geographical reasons. I once had a girlfriend from the Isle of Wight and was referred to by her friends and family as the mainlander. The Isle of Wight have bought into services from Hampshire County Council previously, such as the Children's Services Arrangement and county supplies, and obviously there are many different forms of structure that can enable them to continue independently as appropriate. So I do not get a second opportunity in the debate to speak, so I'll give my personal views now. So I believe my fellow residents across Whitehill, Borden and Linford want strong, financially stable councils that charge fair council tax to deliver value for money services with ultimate democratic oversight. It really is that simple. Keep our children and vulnerable people safe, fix potholes, empty the bins, govern responsibly, etc. I am aligned with the position of the leader and the administration on this matter in terms of doing our best to create a plan that follows the evidence as best we can to deliver a plan that meets the government criteria. There is no perfect outcome. Even the current boundaries of some of our districts are arbitrary, and there will always be someone sitting in the middle of a council area and someone on the boundary. I want to thank officers of both Hampshire County Council and East Hampshire District Council for their work, disclosing again, for the record, my interest as Deputy Leader of East Hampshire District Council in the Coalition administration. I will listen to the debate and the views of others, but plan to support the recommendations. I personally do not plan to support the amendment. I didn't know about it in advance, so I haven't had a chance to study it. And I'm mindful that we're not making our final decisions until September. Therefore, work is automatically ongoing and councils will surely interact. So I just don't see any requirement for it, but I'll listen to the debate. I fully respect that others, including in this room, may have different opinions, and I personally have no issue with multiple plans being submitted by different councils to government for consideration. In fact, I welcome it. So the civil service and ministers have time to review, have to review thoroughly to come to their decision, and it is the decision of government, not ours. I'm also interested to see the public engagement, and also noting the public will eventually have consultation by government. There is a long process to follow from what we're deciding today. And my final comment, and I've only spoken for 5 minutes, so there we go. My final comment is the elephant in the room. As others have alluded to and said, local government reform does not fix social care funding. This still needs to be addressed by the government. And I fear that they want all the value discretionary spend that the district and borough councils have that use to benefit the community to partially plug this hole, and that is a shame. One of the greatest frustrations in the last 4 years of being a county councillor is a lack of political choice in this room. Others have said the same. The fact that it's stripped back down to bare bones and we have to literally live in that way, whereas at district councils and borough councils there is still more political choice. There's debate in the chamber as to how money should be spent, and ultimately that means voters get a choice where it comes to election time as to who they elect and actually the decisions those people then make. So I conclude by saying I sincerely hope that future councils will have funds available to make genuine political choices through their elected representatives. It's very easy and knee-jerk reaction to say smaller councils would be more democratic, more local, better, but actually not necessarily if they have no political choice and they're not strong enough to survive. And I also hope the parish and town level can step up and be supported to provide some element of localism that will be missed. I think that a new town council for the unparished areas isn't necessarily the answer everywhere, but it may well be the answer. And I just, will continue to work as best I can through this whole process to deliver for our residents, and hope that Hampshire County Council and our districts and boroughs can continue to serve our residents in the meantime. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tree, and thank you for your brevity. Moving on then to the leader of the Labour group, Councillor Taylor, to respond.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to start with thanking all the officers and all of the councillors in both County and East Hampshire. District Council have worked very hard on this project so far. And also all the partners and our residents have been giving us quite a lot of feedback, and I certainly have been seeking a lot of feedback from my residents, and that pretty much is the same as what we've said in our reports and in Appendix 1, that really the focus for residents is on services and not paying too much money in their council tax, I think. I'd also just like to thank Carolyn for her service and wish her well for her future, as this is her last meeting here. It's been a bit of a journey for me, the Hampshire County Council, actually, because I was only elected 21, I think it was. And having been a Basingstoke and Dean Borough councillor before, it would probably be fair to say that Hampshire's stock with me was not especially high. Past dealings weren't always productive. One tended to feel that Hampshire was something that was done to you and not with you. I'm sure many people will find that familiar in a borough context. However, since that time, my journey and my knowledge and understanding of the services provided by the county has been broadened by experience. I have seen how we offer outstanding person-based services to our residents, especially in the field of children's services and adult social care. Innovation runs through the organisation, whether that's experimenting with recycled road surfing or new technology to deliver services. We have been great at creating lean procurement systems and developing strategies Hampshire-wide that benefit everyone. These are tremendous strengths, but we should perhaps mention some of our weaknesses too. Generally, strengths overdone become weaknesses, And whilst we are great at strategic vision, we are not always so great at remembering the local part of being a local authority. We create brilliant strategies for transport, but have deputations about how rural communities face isolation because of a complete lack of public transport. We sometimes fail to grasp the nettle when things aren't working well in one of our areas because it's too local or not Hampshire enough. We should not just focus on efficiency, but effectiveness of purpose and meeting needs as well. This must be part of the lessons that we learn and pass on to new unitaries, and it should drive our desire to ensure our submission really supports localism and neighbourhood empowerment. At the moment, I think that's probably one of the weakest elements of our Appendix A. I'm concerned that not all of our communities currently benefit from community representation and empowerment. There is patchy coverage of parish and town councils, and the concept of neighbourhood area committees suggested by the government is not yet well defined. Current examples vary enormously from large, cumbersome committees consisting of external partners such as fire services and ICBs meeting at district level, to small councillor committees covering small numbers of wards with budgets and the ability to take defined decisions for their areas. Neighbourhoods are about proximity and shared community and are small in size by their nature. Any system of local empowerment should reflect that and not end up being a strategic talking shop for a much wider geography. And whilst I accept that ultimately the new unitaries will be responsible for the creation and success of their localism agendas and structures, I do believe our submission does need to be strengthened to reflect the more local nature of neighbourhood empowerment across a variety of communities, from leafy villages to areas of deprivation. I am sure, because that feedback has been given in, that that work will continue and that feedback will be taken between now and our final submission in September. But I repeat it here anyway. I'm also concerned to see the suggestion in Appendix 2 that any new empowerment framework should reframe the role of councillors from decision makers to neighbourhood conveners, and that's on page 82 of that Appendix 2 if anybody wants to play along. I hope that that is a clumsy term of phrase and not an attempt to keep councillors at an even greater arm's length. It's a given that we will have fewer councillors, but with a greater span of responsibilities. The role could easily become almost full-time, and the level of support to councillors will need to increase significantly, and I do think we have to articulate that very clearly in any submission. Having said all of that, I do not subscribe to the notion that larger unitaries will automatically destroy local identity or accountability. That is largely a function of culture and structure. And structure should reflect the strategy of the unitary. If it wants to preserve local identities and a sense of community engagement, it can and it will. So size may well be important to some, but as the saying goes, it really counts what you do with it. I do hear the concerns of others that these proposals will create new councils that are just too large, larger than anything before and out of step with current sizes. But this isn't actually the case. Hampshire is already double the size of most of the suggested options. And in the next 2 years, there will be a seismic shift away from existing small unitaries. Government has made it clear in their white paper that they expect smaller unitaries to merge, and I understand there are already conversations taking place between many smaller existing unitaries, some of them of our very near neighbours. So 500,000 populations will become the new norm before the end of this Parliament. Small, hyper-local units might sound appealing, but we have to be honest about the risks. Limited financial capacity and resources, financial fragility, lost efficiency, and weak strategic influence potentially at the devolution level. We must also remember that local government isn't just administration for administration's sake. It's the cornerstone of democracy and how people access services. It's how parents find their schools for their children, how vulnerable residents access support, how roads get fixed, and how our bins get emptied. And our current two-tier system with overlapping responsibilities, duplication and inconsistent communication often makes it harder for residents to access the support they need. That constant duplication means that money and time is wasted. And as councillors, we have all suffered from wanting to know who owns that bit of road. Don't we? You know, is it the council? Is it a housing association? Which council? And so on. Of all of the models under consideration by us in our meeting, the analysis presented shows that the 4-unitary option stands out as one of the most likely to deliver sustainable benefits for Hampshire and Solent communities. Now, I am a bit of a data diva, and most people do know that. And whilst I might like to sit there and say, well, I want to be in a big room and I want to see all the spreadsheets and I want to go through all of the sheets and the paper and everything else like that, I'm also an experienced leader and manager, and I know there is a time when what you do is you focus on making sure that the tools of analysis and the models we will use are sound. And I think that's what we've done with using Newton and Pixel. So the results of that analysis is something that I am prepared to accept. I also accept over time that we will probably see boundary tweaks to refine and improve geographies. I'm not concerned about that. I don't think we have to go for peak perfection on day one. Local authorities have existed for hundreds of years and will exist for hundreds of years more, and they're always reshaping and changing. But what we do have to do is accept that LGR is happening, and no about moaning, groaning is going to change that. And we need to make sure that our submission, together with our partners in East Hampshire, is focused on meeting residents' needs and, importantly, the government criterion. I do think, personally, we must resist the temptation of fragmentation. Bigger isn't always better, but too small can be dangerously brittle. I think what we're coming up with here will allow for some effective governance, robust finances and responsive public service, and will respect local identity. And frankly, that will be what we make it, and that will be what those of you who will be leaders of the future make it. It's your responsibility to make that happen. We have a rare chance to reshape local government in our area, and we should do that not with nostalgia or idealism, but with enthusiasm and responsibility. I think the 4-unitary model offers our area a responsive, resilient and structure fit for the future. So I'm going to support the recommendations, and you might think, given some of the comments that I've made about the weakness in the localism and empowerment section, that I might support the amendment, but I am not going to do so. I agree with a lot of the things that my colleague, Councillor Tree, has said, but also I think that this submission is our submission together with the East Hampshire District Council. I think many of, I'm sure, good and worthy points that colleagues opposite will want to make can be made within their submission. And ultimately, it is the government that will decide. And I would make a plea that we row back from rhetoric and dial down diverse politics, because the government will decide, and whatever they decide, we are all going to have to work together to make it work. That's what I've got to say. Thanks.
Councillor Taylor, thank you very much for that presentation. Can we now move to general debate? Yes, before I do that, are there any other amendments that are being suggested? No, in which case we're into general debate, and we're talking about both at the same time, the amended version and the substantive version that's on page 36. Right, next speaker, please. Oh, the list has come up on the screen, yep. Councillor Kendall is first on my list, and then I'll go on down to Councillor James. Councillor Kendall, please.
Thank you, Chairman. In about 2006, I attended an education conference up north somewhere, and the main speaker was Charles Clarke, who was then being tipped as the next Prime Minister. He traced the history of local government, how we used to be in charge of things like water, electricity, and so on over the years. And he said that the future would be that we would be agents of central government only, and we should prepare for that. And that day has now come. The centralisation of services has continued year after year after year. We've seen it. Councillor House made the point about how under the old committee system we would debate endlessly for various things. Those debates are now restricted to how we do what the government tells us to do and how we get the money to enable us to do that. And this is much the same. I would have liked to have been able to develop with Councillor House a commissioning model on the basis of some of the things he said. But we would still come back to the point that we need geographic governance as well. And so I'm going to accept the main recommendation as outlined by the leader. But I would ask that over the period between now and September, we look at the creation as well for service delivery outside of service governance, and that the service delivery takes place through a series of commissioning boards. That could be like the integrated commissioning board that is used for health. We could have such a commissioning board for adult social care, for children's services, and so on, for the main areas. And that would prevent the situation where we have 5 local authorities fighting for adult social commission money, such that some are going to win and some are going to lose. And we see what happens with the Isle of Wight when you have a loss there. So I would like us to consider service delivery with commissioning boards separately from the governance aspect, and I'd like us to make those points quite clear in September when we ultimately make the commission, cultivate the response to government. Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Gavin James, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I will not be supporting the proposals, and I've taken inspiration for that from a number of places. First of all, I've taken it from the government, local government reorganisation. If these proposals go through, for a resident of Horndean to make a deputation at their local council, they will have to leave the North East Hampshire Unitary Authority. They'll have to travel towards Portsmouth into the South East Unitary Authority, and then travel along the M27 or the railway line towards Southampton in the South West Unitary Authority before going up the M3, and by car 1 hour and 45 minutes, by public transport 2 hours, will arrive in their local council offices to make their deputation. That is not local. So, Mr. Mayor, Chairman, wrong council. Chairman, first of all, I'd say we've got it wrong. They asked for local government reorganisation. What the administration is proposing is local government abolition. The second inspiration came from our very own cabinet, because this report is full of stuff about scale and size and sustainability, all built on the foundations of nonsense you've already heard about. The third largest council in the country is Hampshire County Council. And last year, the very same cabinet who say size is important had to go to government to ask for exceptional financial support. So they managed to defeat their argument before they even made it. So I've taken inspiration from them. The next one is from our peers. And I think Councillor Nick Adams-King deserves some credit for this. There are 14 other councils covering the Hampshire Solent area. 13 of them are opposed to these proposals. For 7 months, the council leaders, council chief executives had been desperately seeking unity. And finally, Nick Adams-King has virtually achieved it. It's the closest anyone's come to unity in the sense that everybody hates his proposals. The next bit of inspiration I took was from people. You can't go on a council website at the moment without seeing a survey of what people think. And luckily, I've got an update from the officer that's leading us or leading the process in the north. And they got me the up-to-date numbers. And so far, I'm pleased to say that the county council proposals are attracting the support of 2% across Hampshire, across Hart, Basingstoke and Rushmore. You are currently behind Don't Know, Won't Say and Other. Now, Even the entire Lib Dem group together could not produce a bar chart that makes that look good for you. And finally, we have to take inspiration from ourselves. We took a decision to cancel the elections. I voted against it, but respect that was a democratic decision. Right now, I'm not sure what our mandate is, but we are not an elected chamber. Are we seriously going to go up against the people and the opinions they're expressing so far, go up against our democratically elected peers, and put forward a proposal we know is not liked by either, when we have no mandate to do it? So I will oppose, because I think on that principle alone, I think we should move towards actually not putting forward a proposal. Government was quite clear. Councils are invited to put forward a proposal, but rather like if you're invited by Donna Jones to something, you might decide you don't want to go. So I'd suggest perhaps we reflect on the fact that it would be very wrong for an undemocratic body such as this to actually impose something on those that are elected. So I shall vote against.
Thank you, Councillor. Can I move now to Councillor Crawford, please?
Thank you, Chair. I rise as someone who might appear to be somewhat conflicted, being a cabinet member at Rushmore Borough Council, which last week supported the proposal to go in with Basingstoke and Hart on a solo submission. And on the other hand, I have a dispensation to, as a member of Hampshire County Council, to speak at Hampshire as the evidence shows to me. And this is what I've learned about the evidence that Hampshire has submitted, is it is a thoroughly rigorous submission based on answering the government's points, the government's criteria in detail, and it's backed up, as we heard, by the chief officers of the council giving their view that this is the best way forward. It's also backed up by the chief finance officers of East Hampshire and Hampshire, the Section 151 officers, writing to say that it has their full support. Now, in these circumstances, I'm inclined to support this purely from that, on those grounds that we appoint these professional officers to do this kind of thorough analysis, as my colleague Councillor Taylor said, aided with the support of consultants who have the expertise to look at the data in detail and come up with the best solutions that they think are practicable. And this is what I would look to any submission to support. We then say that we now are going to be in the situation where we have two sets of proposals. There's the Hampshire County Council and East Hampshire proposal, but it will be countered by, I don't know how many other proposals, but there seems to be a number of them coming forward, because some of the districts and unitaries, other unitaries, have other ideas that don't agree with each other, although they're all agreed that they should be different from Hampshire and East Hampshire. So, and I looked carefully at the letter that the Minister sent, Minister Jim McMahon, and he said, where there is this kind of disagreement, the government will decide. And that's what we're going to be faced with, as Councillor Taylor has said. And in that situation, I would hope that the government follows its own criteria, because the danger is that if they don't follow their own criteria that they have set, someone, somewhere, might think this should be subject to judicial review. They set the criteria and they're not following it. So we look to the government to follow their own criteria when it comes to making their decision after these number of submissions have been made to Hampshire. I then turn to the position of Rushmore as it is at the moment, and I'm very confident that whatever form of local government reorganisation comes forward, the people of Rushmore will prosper, because we currently in the whole of Hampshire are one of the most prosperous regions, and we have great plans for the future. So, for example, only last week, I attended a presentation by the new owners of the Cody Technology Park, and they have plans for a £1 billion investment that will form a defence hub for major defence companies.
Councillor, can you draw your comments to an end, please? You've gone beyond your 4 minutes.
Right. Thank you. That's enough.
If you have one more sentence, please.
One more sentence. Okay, my final sentence is, that's democracy.
And that's chairmanship. Right, Councillor Philpott.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Marvellous introduction to me. How to summarise something as large a subject as this in just 4 minutes, or just over 4 minutes if you're Alex. I thought I'd try an analogy. I'm not vegan, but my brother is. And I wondered if my brother walked into a restaurant and the only things that were on the menu were meat and fish. And I asked him, myself, and indeed asked him, what would you do? And of course the answer is that he would walk out of the restaurant. Now, I note that the recommendation is B2 for the area in which I represent in Gosport is for a Greater Portsmouth Authority. And I was interested to hear Councillor Tree's comments about the Isle of Wight, because I worked in Portsmouth for a number of years. And of course, working in Portsmouth for a number of years, I describe myself as the mainlander. I would say that what's before us here is, and at the briefings that we've received, is to impress upon us the importance of the consequential nature of the decision that we're making today. But it's been obvious to me since the 16th of December last year that the government have shown, I'm afraid, nothing but disrespect and bordering on contempt for local government. And that's been characterised by ultimatums, threats, deadlines, and blackmail. And as a result, I would suggest that this vote today, I'm afraid, is remarkably inconsequential. The Secretary of State and the Minister of State, I'm afraid, will make this decision, and frankly, they couldn't care less what we'll decide, because through the English Devolution and Community Empowerment Bill that's before Parliament now, the Secretary of State is already seeking the power to direct local authorities to develop and submit proposals for local government reorganisation. So the government will decide the future of local government in Hampshire, not us. So like my brother, I find that there's nothing on this menu that I can choose. So I'm going to abstain. As for the amendment from Councillor House, if I could just, I was making some notes. Councillor House said, we can do better. Without making any firm proposal that I could ascertain as to what that would be in practice. He said, we need to think again. But he's one of the leaders of the 15 councils, and he's been involved and engaged in discussions with the other leaders for the last 6 months. So how much more thinking needs to be done on the subject? He said, we must have a solution that works. So what's his solution? One thing in this report that is not short in terms of content is data. But Councillor House says that he said he needs more information. I would suggest that in this report and in all of the briefings, he's had all the information that he's ever going to get. Indeed, if Councillor House is challenging the data, is he suggesting that by asking our officers to think again, that they're going to come back with different figures? Now, I note with Councillor House that he also said that he wants more democracy, and I completely agree with that. I mean, I think democracy is a great thing. But in terms of the debate, as far as the Councillor House's amendment is concerned, he spent 20 minutes debating with himself. Now, I will say that from my point of view, I can't support either the recommendations before us or the amendment. So I'm going to abstain on the first, and I'm going to vote against the second.
Thank you, Councillor. I now have a list of 12 speakers, so we might be going on for some time. The next speaker is Councillor Contrill, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I can't speak for 4 minutes.
I'm going to refer to the amendment only in my comments here. We heard earlier from the leader that there is no perfect solution, and he's right. So I'm going to vote against the amendment because I prefer to be 95% right than 100% late.
Next speaker, please, is Councillor Donnelly.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I'm afraid I cannot support the substantive motion on behalf of the residents of Andover West. Firstly, Southampton and Eastleigh which to all intents and purposes are one urban area, have a population of 348,497. Test Valley and New Forest have 308,813, and consequently, the rural areas of New Forest and Test Valley will be outvoted completely. Of course, both Southampton and Eastleigh are mainly developed. New Forest, to a greater or lesser extent, is protected as a national park. So when this new council comes to do its Sheila and its land scoping, where's all the new housing and development going to go? It's going to go in Test Valley. This, in my mind, opens the floodgates to developers and poses a further threat to our ecology, such as chalk streams and water meadows, which we're trying so hard to protect. Turning to finance, the sustainability of every council is severely compromised by the structural failures in the funding of adult social care and children's services, as we've heard. This is an opportunity to shape the next 50 years of local government in Hampshire, and to set the boundaries based on only a couple of years of financial sustainability is not long-term enough to justify imposing inappropriate boundaries. The estimates in the report outline 50 million of savings, but if we look at where this has happened in practice, I've little confidence that this will be the case. The outline case, for example, in Somerset was up to £47 million in savings. In reality, they've got a £38 million deficit over and above the previous structure, which has led to a council tax increase of 7.4% and 555 redundancies. If you add in the adult social care and children's services spending with a budget gap of 132 million, which we're facing for children's services, and an 8.1 million overspend in adult social care, the financial projections for the sustainability of these councils are seriously in question when modelled in reality. The report prioritises these two services over everything else. And while I understand the reasoning of this approach, I don't believe that the whole restructure should forget the majority of daily services which this model would harm by taking funding away from them. I'm not prepared to endorse the risk of exposing my residents to servicing £600 million of Eastleigh's debt, which rises to £1 billion when you include Southampton, without government assurances of ring fencing in the way in which they have done Woking. The whole reason for this whole unnecessary exercise, in my view, is to avoid central government taking tough decisions on social care funding and provide a short-term band-aid by raiding the reserves of districts. And if that reform isn't forthcoming, once the reserves are spent, the services will be cut and the assets will begin to be stripped. And that's just to plug the existing gap. Should Test Valley then be liable to service Eastleigh's debt as well, I fear that their services will be put at substantial risk under this arrangement. I've got no doubt that this paper has been proposed with the very best interests of service delivery in mind. I do, and I believe the leader has approached it in good faith. But I don't believe that at a local level it would deliver that by running Andover from Southampton. The population would just be too diverse to effectively scope and deliver services to our rural communities, market towns and cities at the same time. Hampshire should be there to guide, to advise, to facilitate, but not impose structures and undermine localism, consciously or unconsciously. And I'll finish with this. Councils which are cheaper are not necessarily better. I recognise the points made by colleagues that they want a proposal with the best chance of getting past the Treasury. But I don't represent the Treasury. I represent the residents of Andover West and the villages, and it's their best interest I'm here to speak up for today. We've all made a lot of compromises to act in good faith, but I'm afraid today it's not something I can support on behalf of my constituents. Thank you.
Immaculate timing. Thank you, Councillor. Next speaker, please, is Councillor McCatter.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm in a slightly lucky position, I think, like Councillor Tree, that I am here to represent the residents of East Hampshire, and East Hampshire's officers, along with our Cabinet, have actually backed the same proposal that is before you. And I'm particularly pleased to see all the professional statements in, I think, in Appendix F, not only of our officers here, but also a sizable number of the East Hants officers supporting the work that has been done. I agree with Councillor House that that Table 128 is a crucial part of this. That issue of what the costs are going to be going forward and the benefits of a reorganisation. I was looking forward to having alternatives. We have one set of papers before us. There's been 7 months, and the numbers coming from the other councils I haven't seen. Maybe they're there. They're not in the public domain. I've looked at every single website of the other councils. They're not there. I'd like to be able to make an informed comparison for my residents about why this might be a better choice or a worse choice. Unfortunately, I don't have the information to make that comparison. I also am a little bit nervous about the amendment we have before us. It has a very interesting phrase of shared services in it. I'm very nervous about shared service, not about what Councillor Kendall described, but the idea that one council is going to be responsible for a service and the other is going to buy that service and be responsible for delivering it. I'm very nervous about that model on adult social care and children's social care and SEND. Maybe it would work, but if you're not the council that's actually responsible for the costs of that and running it, I'm very nervous about what a shared service model looks like. And therefore, I feel very nervous about supporting an amendment suggesting that shared services should be part of any submission to government on local government reorganisation. Finally, I'd like to point out to Councillor James that not everyone actually supports the other 13 councils. East Hampshire is a district council. It's got 130,000 people in it, and that council is not supporting the other district councils. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Reid, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Start from one very simple fact. The government is going to choose from one of the options that are put forward to it, and it can only choose from one of the options that has been put forward. It is therefore our duty, I believe, to put forward what we believe is the best option. And anyone who attended the briefing yesterday, all day, will have understood the amount of work that has gone into this paper that's before us today and this decision, because the amount of information we were given was colossal and extremely helpful. Now, there are two ways in which we can approach the debate on local government reform. One is by drawing lines on maps, and the other is from the basis of service delivery. The lines on maps option I spoke against last meeting, and I speak again in favour of approaching this from the point of view of service delivery. Lines on maps are concentrating on representation, communities of interest. Adult social care, children's services are concentrating on saving lives. We have got to approach this from the basis of service delivery. And as I said last time, we have a children's services department which has been independently adjudged as outstanding in every area, and surely the responsible thing to do is to use that as a building block for the services to come. In fact, I'll go a stage further. I think anyone who thinks that they can set up a unitary authority without using as a building block one of the existing higher tier authorities so that there is something on which to build some services that can be carried forward is taking the most enormous and unacceptable risk with the lives of our children and vulnerable adults. That is what it boils down to. Now, what Councillor House said in his amendment, which was reasoned, but I disagree with it, that smaller authorities can commission their services in these areas from another authority. Well, that's a model that might work if the councils were mature. But to say that on day one, this council is going to buy in its services from a neighbouring council that as of now does not yet exist, that is a risk which just is unacceptable and cannot be tolerated. But the defeat of the argument lies in that model. What Councillor House has said in the amendment is that, yes, that council might be small, but it can buy in its services on a commissioned basis, which actually makes the point that to supply effective adult social care and children's services, you have to have a larger authority and not a smaller one. And to try and set something up without a building block is too big a risk for anybody really to take. So we have to come back to all the work that has been done so far and the report that is in front of us. Perhaps in future years, the commissioning model might work, but not on day one with councils that don't yet exist. It's just impossible. We've got to build on what we have. And what Stuart Ashley said to us yesterday, and I told him I was going to quote this, he said, in supplying children's services successfully, it's about culture, not process. We have that culture as a building block on which to build. Let us not throw it away.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Glenn, please.
Right, thank you very much, Chairman. If you just cast your gazes to the gallery, you'll see three great examples of past county councillors who were all cabinet members and who, with me and everybody else, fought tooth and nail to prevent the county council or any part of Hampshire going into a unitary authority. We spent an inordinate amount of time doing that. They must sit there wondering what on earth is going on with local government. Well, I'm still here, and actually, I'll try and help you out. But thank you. I also always come after Councillor Reid, which is one of the problems I always have to deal with. But where I do agree with him is that this is all about delivery of service. And frankly, whether we have 3 unitaries, 4 unitaries of different descriptions, 5 unitaries, or even 1 unitary, which we were thinking about right at the beginning, should not actually affect the fact that we have got services to deliver. And frankly, as far as I'm concerned, we can deliver the services just as efficiently with a completely different organization, regardless of the size we're dealing with, because I have complete faith in the ability of civil servants and officers in getting the job done properly. I therefore make a plea. I therefore make a plea to the 67% of county councillors who did honestly put their hands up to say that they have to declare an interest. There are others, of course, who are not here, who I know would have had an interest to declare. Something to discuss later. We must remember, we are all responsible for every child that receives a placement. We're all responsible for every adult who is placed in special needs or is put into a care home. We're all responsible for every pothole repair, road improvement, and road safety measures, regardless of where they happen. And we're all responsible for lifelong learning, general health, safety, and safety of our residents, regardless of where the work's being done. We must remember that. We are county councillors. We represent the interests of 1.4 million people, not small pockets around the county. My thanks go to the officers who have diligently put the information in an understandable language to all of us. And actually, just to correct Councillor Reid, it was 2 days ago that we had the all-day meeting. But it was important. It was important that as many of us went to that meeting all day to take on, to drink in and understand everything that was put forward in front of us. It was the most clarifying day that we have had in terms of understanding what we're going to be doing, hopefully very soon, before lunch, okay? My thanks go to the officers, whether they're going to stay with us or not, okay, for everything that's been done. And yes, Carolyn, I've always known you were a Scot.
Thank you, Councillor. Those members who did not attend on Tuesday, The online version is all there, and I've read it online. I do commend it to you to get the understanding that Councillor Glenn was referring to. May I call now, please, Councillor Parker-Jones.
Thank you very much. When I started to look through these papers, I was aware that we have a lot of data in front of us. And that must be our basis for taking this decision today. I couldn't find data on other models that have been proposed. Am I absolutely enamoured with everything? No. And regardless of what some people may think, Eastleigh is not Southampton. I have a chalk stream, and I have farms, and I have residents that feel very, very passionately about our area. So Bishopstoke and Fair Oak have always, in every model, been placed with Southampton. But at the end of the day, I have to take into account their needs. And that means what will give them the best chance for a successful future? What will be best for my young people? What will be best for my older residents and my vulnerable residents? And if that means that this model, which we've been provided for, will secure their future better, then I have to support that. It doesn't mean that area. And at the end of the day, that's what will matter to them. They will care that their schools are effective. They will care that their older people get the care and attention that they need. They will care that their bins have been collected. They will actually probably really appreciate the fact that they're not trying to deal with multi-layers of government, and it will become a simpler model for them. I don't think all of this is perfect, but at the end of the day, the government will decide, and I think the evidence base for this has been well reasoned and well argued. So, at the end of the day, do I feel that it should be this model or a different model? I could argue till the cows come home, but at the ultimate, is the service going to be better for my residents? That's what I have to go for. I have to trust our officers that they have given us everything we need to make the best decision for the future. I know that's the future I might not be a part of. I may never get elected again, but I want them, every resident that I serve, to understand whether their services came from Rushmore or come from Winchester, that it matters, that they matter, and that their voices are heard. And we do that through those people that will be elected to those new unitary authorities. So ultimately, I will support this, because this isn't the end of this decision. It's got to come back to us in September. This is that start of that journey where we go out and talk to our residents. And I will work my hardest for them. I sit here making decisions on behalf of Andover, on behalf of Rushmore, and nobody says, because I sit from Bishopstoke and Fair Oak, that I can't do that. So why would I suddenly stop having that ability to think with clarity and think for the best for all our residents? And I think this model can work. I might have been happier with two mainland authorities, split east to west, but that's never been discussed. I've never seen a model where Eastleigh wasn't with Southampton. That's never been discussed. But at the end of the day, I want what's best for my residents. And if that means that I can protect their future and make it secure, then I will, because that's what they put me here to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Manns, please.
Chairman, I find myself in a rather extraordinary position because I happen to agree with the Labour Party and the Independents, and I can assure my Conservative colleagues that's not because I'm sitting right next to them. I generally agree. I will be supporting this motion simply because I think it is the only one that fits all the criteria set by government, which I think in itself is unfortunate. But what I'm convinced of is that we're going to see changes between now and September. Whatever your views were as to the state of the economy when the present government took over a year ago, nobody will deny that it's much worse now. Today we heard the news about increased unemployment. Yesterday it was increased inflation. A couple of weeks ago it demonstrated that we are almost in recession. Now, if you put yourself in the eyes of the Chancellor, who has just lost £6 billion as a result of a revolt by a number of backbench Labour MPs, you begin to understand the sorts of things that are going on in the Treasury now to decide how they can save a bit of money under this local government reorganisation rule. So my feeling is simply this, that whilst I will support the motion, I strongly believe that the leader and his team look at the possibility of at least running the figures across the most cost-effective option that would be available to us, because that's exactly what the Treasury are doing. So what I'm suggesting is we look at the figures for a solution that leaves all the authorities as they are, both the mainland, existing unitaries, the Isle of Wight, and simply have a unitary authority for the rest of Hampshire. Bearing in mind, as has already been indicated, that 85% of the services that are provided for people in Hampshire are provided by us across the whole county. And as has already been indicated, quality is important, culture is important. And it does seem sensible to me that if you go down that route and you find that as a result of doing so, not only can you provide a high level of services, but you can also do it more economically than any of the other models. Now, at the moment, as I've indicated, the government guidelines don't allow us to do that. But there's going to be a number of things that are going to change between now and September. And if we're given the option to do so as a result of those changes, that is the model of a unitary authority for the whole of the county area is the one that I would go for.
Thank you, Councillor. Next, councillors, please, is Councillor Branson.
Thank you, Chairman. I represent Havant, and in all the options, it is the same proposal that we go with Fareham, Gosport, and Fareham, Gosport, and Portsmouth is the upper care authority. I've worked through all the proposals and for the different areas of Hampshire, and it was never going to be easy to divide up Hampshire with the geography and the local authorities that we have. I agree that the preferred option is the best. I've read the papers. It's 2 hours of my life I'll never get back. We are concerned that the southeast is probably the areas of the most vulnerable adults and children. I do know that in Hayling and Emsworth, it has twice the number of people living with dementia, and that's just one aspect. Schools in the Havant Federation of Schools have benefited greatly from the Hampshire Improvement Service. As chairman of governors of an 11 to 16 school in Waterlooville, we have gone from RI to outstanding in personal development. Many of the schools in the area have been academised by Portsmouth. There is certainly concern that the excellent service from Hampshire will not be continued, and maybe Havant will be forced into academisation. I'm not happy with LGR, that it's being forced upon us by a government that did not include it in its manifesto and has actually no mandate. I'm still concerned by the financial sustainability, certainly of the southeast area. However, I must support the preferred option because I think the work that the officers have done has shown that that is the only way that we can hopefully get a good outcome from this. Thank you.
Members, we have 6 more speakers on my list at the moment. And we also then have the Liberal Democrat seconder. And then after that will be the leaders summing up and so forth. That will need, I think, a bit of space around it as well. So rather than rush through now, against the pressure of lunch, I'm going to ask for an adjournment at this time, 1:30, and to be back here at 2:15 on the dot to continue the meeting. That allows us to get back into the debate, I think, adequately, and then we finish the rest of the agenda once that debate is over. Thank you very much. The meeting is now adjourned. The speaker is still before me on the last item, and the person to start the afternoon off is Councillor Wade, please. The leader. Oh, sorry to interrupt you. I've just got a little note here which I've forgotten to take notice of, and that is I've got to ask the leader if he will just stand and tell us some information. Thank you. Sorry.
Sorry, Malcolm. I'm just jumping in because I just thought you might like to know that about an hour ago in Parliament, local government minister confirmed that. I'm paraphrasing. Following an assessment, I'm pleased to confirm that the relevant statutory tests to establish mayoral strategic authorities in all 6 devolution priority areas have been met. Subject to the Constituent Council's consent, legislation will be brought before Parliament in order to establish each of the 6 institutions early in 2026, devolving further powers to local leaders and those with local knowledge to drive economic growth and empower communities with investment to support their work. And just goes on to confirm that the mayoral elections will take place on May the 7th next year. So thanks very much to all of our officers who have got us to this point, and to our colleagues in Portsmouth and Southampton and the Isle of Wight for all of their work. We have a devolution team.
Right. Councillor Wade, sorry to interrupt you. Would you please proceed with your presentation?
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you. A bow to the leaders' information he gave. Well, members, we all represent residents of Hampshire, don't we? And amongst those, there are the young, the old and the vulnerable who rely on the level of services that we deliver on their behalf. Now, how those services are delivered in the future has not really been talked about. But the people that use it and their families have had no say in this process. They couldn't even vote for the people that are making the decision in this council to change it. I fear for the democracy. It makes me very uncomfortable at that point. The officers have worked very hard. Statistics, facts, figures, tremendous amount of work to back up the case that the leader is presenting today. But I don't see in that case the quality of children's services that we delivered in my division. I don't see in that case how the potholes are going to be filled in my division or any of yours. I don't see the end product. We're voting on the process and what some theoretical unitary, well, it's not theoretical, it will be, on a unitary, but we don't see how they're going to deliver the services that our people need. And that is what is important to the people I represent, and I'm sure it's to you as well. In my division, residents don't look to Southampton. Ivan Dibden looks to the New Forest. Residents have a very strong sense of place, a sense of community. That does not come across in this process. Despite the talk, it doesn't come across. It's a big miss. I think the leader said, and forgive me if I misquoted you, I want to be first off the mark. Well, we're making a decision that we actually don't know what the end product of this decision will be yet. It's down to someone in Westminster. But even when in Westminster makes the decision, we don't know the level of service delivery we're going to have in the future. It's a bit like running to a minefield in the dark and you're the first one. We don't know what is going to happen. I cannot support something on behalf of my residents that doesn't secure the level of services, the level of support, and the level of need dealt with that they're used to, they need, and they want. The Liberal Democrat amendment does say, let's look at some of this again. It does say, let's deal with place. It recognises that our residents are human beings and they have a sense of community, a sense of place. I will support the amendment. I will not support the original original thing from the council, because it just doesn't tick the boxes for me. And it clearly doesn't tick the boxes for a lot of other members in here. Remember, we are deciding for them, not for us. And it's what they want and what they said, and the feedback I get from my residents, they're not happy with this. It's going to go through, but we need to make it as best as possible. What we need to have is the best result for our residents. And I don't believe that this recommendation gives it. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. Can I call Councillor Henderson, please?
Thank you, Chairman. We've had a lot of arguments and discussion in the Chamber today. I really would like to highlight some points that Councillor Taylor, Councillor Andy Tree and Louise Parker-Jones made. I thought you made really, really strong points. And like Councillor Taylor, I'm a data girl. I was a maths teacher and I love detail. And the model we saw shown by officers on Tuesday gave me the most financial detail. The best way to protect our vulnerable children is to make sure that we are resilient and sustainable. And I've seen there's been very little detail about financial modelling and things like that, and cost of implementation, which I saw on Tuesday. And I'm hugely grateful to officers for providing that level of detail. The debate today is not whether we believe in local government reorganisation. We all have very different views about that. But the responsible thing we all do today is to support a proposal that will go a huge way towards meeting the need of our residents and most vulnerable people. And I'd really encourage colleagues to support our main proposal and to vote down the amendment. There will be, it's not a stagnant process. There will be engagement coming on. There will be further engagement and consultation. It's not a just once-off decision today, but it's a good starting block.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dunning, please.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. As I walked up the outside steps of this ancient building, I thought to myself, what is my function today? Is it to represent the residents of Lymington and Boulder who elected me? Is it to represent the people of the New Forest who elected me? My conclusion was that I'm here to represent the whole of Hampshire and not just the interests of a small part of it. My original intention was to vote against the recommendation, as that was the view of the New Forest, but on listening to the debate today, I've changed my mind. Our decision must reflect local views, protect the vulnerable, and meet local needs. I will be supporting our leader and the officers of Hampshire County Council, who have worked diligently over the past 5 months and have produced the best options, and have concluded that B24 is the most fiscally responsible option. I shall therefore be voting for B24. I feel this is the best recommendation for my constituents and area residents who rely on the County Council for essential services. It is important that we do not vote for self-interest, that we are not seen to be grandstanding politically and or seen to be empire building. I do not support the amendment presented by Councillor House, as all he is proposing to do is to kick our decision down the road. And remember, at the end of the day, it won't be us making the decisions, it will be the Treasury who will make it on our behalf. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bailey, please.
Thank you, Chair. And I am conscious this is the first time I've spoken in this chamber. A few people have said, well, we were elected 5 years ago or over 4.5 years ago. I was elected only a couple of months ago, and I can say that on the doorsteps, local government reform wasn't ever mentioned. When I'm on the doorsteps now, it is because of the amount of social media and other consultations that are going on or engagement. And there's just a lot of confusion. But I suspect by the time we get to next spring, it will be quite an important issue. And it will be important that we will be able to defend how we vote to our residents when we face them next year. And I think the news that we've just had and the likelihood that we will have mayoral elections next year makes county council elections much more likely, because they want good turnout to give a democratic justification for the mayor. And I like many other people who have spoken, love data. It's been part of my career. What I do know about data is data is influenced by the assumptions that are made. So if you make certain assumptions, then the data will come out with different results. And I think that's something that we must be conscious of when we're looking at how we vote this afternoon. For me, local government should always be local. But in a unitary concept, obviously that's got to be bigger than the district and borough councils that we have already. My ward, right at the north of, my division, sorry, right at the north of the county, borders, or is quite close to two quite small unitary councils who deliver good services, one being Wokingham and the other being Bracknell Forest. So for me, the service delivery is key, but the sense of place is also key. And the reason why I will be supporting the amendment today is not because it's a wrecking amendment, because it isn't. It's a helpful amendment. Because what it's doing is suggesting that we look again at shared service model. And I do that in view of what government asked us to do when they sent their feedback to all councils back on the 3rd of June, where they specifically asked us to consider joint working across new unitary councils through shared social partnerships, social service partnerships. I don't think that the very thorough work that's been done by PwC has necessarily given the greatest weight on what the numbers would be like, taking assumptions around that. So that's the reason I'll be supporting the amendment. We'll then have a final opportunity, hopefully in September, to then make the final decisions. It gives us an opportunity for further engagement, but it means that we would continue to direct some of our resources to look at what the numbers would be like with taking assumptions around shared services. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor, and congratulations on your Chamber maiden speech. Can I move on then to Councillor Porter, please?
Thank you. I'm going to speak, I've decided. I was just wanted to make really the point that having not been able to come but watching on the screen, the arguments that were shown were very persuasive. To have 3 areas where they've already got social services, they've already got all those services, and move them on is a very impressive idea. But actually, a lot of us have got social services which is run by the county council and other services which is run by the unitary council. And the public's perception of the two is very different, I think, in many cases. It also didn't cover in the conversation, as far as I could see, the County Council Education Department, which covers the area covered by Hampshire County Council. And there was no discussion, as far as I know, about what happens to those 135,000 children that are educated and how that's broken up. It was all about SEND and about social care. So, as far as I can see, that's a disaggregation of a critical service of schools. Is that the expectation, or are we expecting to do that as a sold service to the other areas? If Hampshire is implying the service will be provided as one, then why doesn't that same principle work for adults or children's services too? Hampshire County Council states that the best options are considered to be the largest. They're the most resilient and sustainable. Well, our officers have been telling us for the last year, 2 years, 3 years, that we are struggling to cover the costs of what we're doing now. So are we as resilient and sustainable as we say we are? Still, Hampshire can't balance the books. And also, it's saying that the largest is the best, but we are still including the Isle of Wight as a separate small authority, even though we know that long-term cannot work. Perhaps we're hoping that the Labour government will just sort that one out for us. Costs shown here don't actually include already shared costs. Lots of us as local authorities share costs. And in fact, the county council and the district council share costs as well. Contingency is a figure put in here, an amount to cover unexpected costs. On one line alone, that contingency varied from 8.3 million for the the 3 areas, 5.9 million, and it's 11.2 million. How do we know what that contingency would be, and why is it so different for those 3 different areas? So I was going to suggest it's a porridge conversation. It's not a size matters. It's too big, too small, too difficult. And are we going to be going for those 2 big ones, 2 small ones, a mixture of both? It just doesn't seem very easy to explain to the public. The public is confused, the parishes are confused, the councils, because we've all got different views at the moment, we're all confused too. At the moment, the county council is seen by certainly the parishes as an organisation that doesn't spend. It doesn't function necessarily well for their area already as a larger authority. I appreciate much of the work is hidden, social services, adult services, but the current slow speed and delivery of those services hide, really, the fact that most people only see the universal services, and they'll be commenting on the universal services they already use. So the public see the public face of the Hampshire County Council and the current slow delivery, the unnecessary delays which create problems for residents and house builders and house owners, and they can only vote on what they currently experience. So I'm really urging the County Council for the next few months to get your chance to change your view, change the public's view of you, so that actually, if this is going out to consultation, it has the best chance of success for this county council.
Can you stop there, please? You've gone over your time.
Even if it's not what the local authorities agree with.
Thank you, Councillor. We move on then to Councillor Broomfield, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I wasn't going to speak, but I was motivated to by Councillor Parker-Jones. Since we were both elected in 2021 and we occupy adjoining divisions, I've adopted the position, or been given the position, of honorary, certainly unpaid, designated driver for Councillor Parker-Jones. And obviously on our journeys backwards and forwards, we discuss things like this. And it's interesting that we probably have more things on which we agree than on which we disagree, which is why I give her a lift in my car. I can't stand rows. And on this matter, I fully agree with her. I think this has been a well thought out, well planned process. And my feeling is that to delay it for a month simply kicks the ball down the road, or the can down the road. And what's going to happen in a month when half the members and quite a lot of council officers will be away on well-deserved holidays? If we're going to delay it, we probably need to delay it longer than just into September. I first came down to Hampshire, or Southampton, which was in Hampshire then, in 1987, although my father and all his ancestors came from the New Forest. I grew up in Cambridge. And when we came to Southampton in 1987, Solent City was the big thing. The older ones amongst you might remember Solent City. It was going to be a megalopolis running from Southampton through to the Sussex border. And we were going to have monorails, trams, all sorts of wonderful things. Now that went the way of all these plans. We then had unitary authorities in Southampton and Portsmouth, and various other things have come and gone. Change happens, change keeps on happening, and it's a challenge, and people don't like it, and certainly residents are concerned about what's going to happen. And I have to say that the information coming from central government is not always the most clear and helpful advice that we can pass on to residents. But I strongly feel that actually proposal that's on the table, B2, is the one that I would support. We have to go somewhere. Eastleigh and Southampton couldn't stand on their own. We could go back to recommendation A, which would be Solent City. Goodness me, I'm surprised no one ever thought of that before. So I support this simply because I think we have to change, we have to do something, and at the end of the day, this is not, and if I could sound Churchillian, this is not the end of the process. It's not even the beginning of the end of the process. I'll let you fill the other bit in. But what will happen is that the central government will make the final decision. And we might as well be offering advice, support, and positive ideas as constantly kicking it into the long grass to try and hope it will go away. So I will support the motion. I will not support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Latham, please.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I follow on from what Councillor Broomfield says. I don't support the amendment. Basically, the amendment was from Councillor House seeking more information before we could make any decision. And to quote his words, what did he say? That local government finance doesn't add up. And if we go along with devolution, we are bound to fail, which is possibly a negative approach to what we've got to discuss today. We know for a fact that central government has failed to finance local government for the last quarter of a century. And I see no signs with this government that it's likely to change. So if we are going to fail, what chance do we have if we continue as we are? Rather, I would look at what we can do, which is positive, and to continue to enter into devolution, reorganisation, with the hope that we can achieve a new type of funding for local government which will succeed. The purpose of the report then is whether or not we support the recommendation that we go along with B2, i.e. 4 unitary authorities, one of which is on the island. And to quote Hampshire County Council's vision for that, they say is that we seek to ensure that our vision for the future offers the best chance of financial resilience, that we are sustainable, and we are trusted by the whole population to provide high-quality services for all residents. That's what we've been working on. Government has come back to us and said what they think is needed for a successful application. One is that each council can submit a single proposition within which there is a clear single option, which covers the geography of the area as a whole. That is what B2 does. Secondly, the Minister in May made it clear what he meant by population numbers. And what he said there was that all population proposals at or below £500,000 must be clearly justified. 3, he went on to say that the building blocks for future unitary authorities should be could continue with their existing boundaries or district boundaries. And this is what this does as well. And finally, he made it clear that there had to be substantial investigation onto finances, and we needed to have unitaries which were sustainable. Hampshire, Portsmouth, Southampton all have existing social care units. So they are not new authorities, unlike option C. So that we would have the structure in place there to enable this to go ahead. So I believe that what we are proposing today supports what the Minister requires, and we should therefore at this stage support it.
Thank you,
It's not
Councillor.
a final decision.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Can I now call, please, Councillor Kernow-Ford?
Thank you, Chair. I will be brief. Basically, I live and represent a lovely leafy rural division in East Hampshire. It would be absolutely delightful if we joined up all our lovely rural leafy divisions, but I'm afraid it wouldn't be sustainable. It would not meet the criteria. This proposal does meet the criteria laid down by the Ministry, and I would like to commend and thank Councillor Richard Millard of East Hants District Council and his leadership team for working with our officers here at Hampshire County Council to come up with this a recommendation for option 2B, which I will support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. May I call Councillor Ferguson, please?
Thank you, Chair. Like others today, my biggest concern about the proposals that are being put forward is the key assumption that bigger will mean better. In reality, having 4 larger unitaries may bring scale, but not necessarily connection. While large unitaries might promise financial savings, they often come at the cost of local democratic engagement and service responsiveness. And we've already heard earlier today in a different debate how important it is that faith in democracy is maintained. Like Councillor Bailey, I was elected to this chamber in May. And unlike most members here, I've had the privilege of speaking to thousands of people on the doorstep this year. While I admit devolution wasn't the first thing they spoke to me about, they did talk to me about their real concern that local government is becoming more and more remote. It's hard to access services, to reach a human being, and to get a response. And they're fearful that if there are new mega unitaries, these will be too big and their voices will be lost. Under the preferred option being put forward, Winchester becomes part of Hampshire North. And as others have said, that would be one of the largest potential unitaries in the country. Now, people in Winchester have nothing against Basingstoke, but Winchester and Basingstoke are very different places. They have different identities, needs, and priorities. One's a growing urban centre, the other a more rural, historic district. It's unlikely that people in Winchester will feel that this will create a natural community. And without that foundation, we risk building something that feels distant and unaccountable to the people in my division. Residents already feel that decision-making is remote. In the proposal, we'd be creating these 2 very large mega unitaries. And that risks, again, that feeling of people not having a local voice being lost. Local government should be just that, local, responsive, grounded in the places it serves. The model being put forward, from my perspective, risks pulling power further away. Size alone does not insulate from potential failure. Large councils like Birmingham, which has already been commented on, Thurrock, Woking underscore that financial discipline and governance can matter more than scale. And efficiency on paper doesn't guarantee better outcomes on the ground. There is considerable evidence that smaller unitaries, when well run, often prove more agile, more trusted, and more in tune with their communities. My concern is that we are being asked to support what's easiest to manage from a financial perspective at the expense of real democratic connection, community identity, and public trust. And for that reason, I will be supporting the amendment today. There is more work to do to ensure that our residents feel their voices and identity won't be lost. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor. May I now call Councillor Thierry?
Thank you, Chairman. I had a local resident, Ringwood resident, approached me who wanted to talk about reorganisation. And so I made an appointment to meet with Mrs. Gillian Thierry so that we could discuss this particular matter, which we did so at some length. What she wanted to know, in essence, is would reorganisation make any difference to her? She wasn't particularly bothered if it made any difference to me as a councillor, but what would it mean for her? She suggested that perhaps under reorganisation that the rates might come down. I had to disillusion her. That's not possible, my dear, I said. No matter how much you want the rates to come down, they're not going to, they always go up. Will it make any difference to our local schools? I said, I do not think that it will do so at all. In fact, the youngsters won't know whether they're in a new unitary or whether still in Hampshire County Council controlled. She said, will there be a place for you because you're decrepit and you're terribly old? Will I be able to farm you out somewhere or other when you're beginning to dribble more than you are now? And I said, I'm absolutely certain there'll be somewhere under the new arrangements for me to go and see out the eventide of my life. No problem at all. So she said, how much difference is it going to make to me? And the answer is precious little. Precious little. But what I did say to her was, under reorganisation, there is the opportunity. There is an exciting future. We have complained about the things that we did in the past. Now we have the opportunity, if we handle it, if we take hold of it, to make a new beginning, to put right some of the things that we've complained about here. You know, and one of the things we need to do is to put aside the self-interest, which has been the thread that has been all the way through this particular debate. Councillor after councillor dealing with their own little patch, instead not realising that there are opportunities. When I look at some of the marriages, I question how they managed to get together, how they managed to stay together. And yet we have a situation whereby New Forest says we don't want anything to do with Southampton. And I've heard of other areas that say, no, 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 over my dead body. It's a new opportunity. It's a new beginning. And if we as councillors don't take hold of it, then we should be answerable to our electorate. My wife says, what difference will it make to her? And the answer, I'm happy to tell her, is that precious little, apart from the fact I will not be standing again, so she will have to watch me dribbling more often.
Thank you, Councillor, for that. Can I call now, please, Councillor Dowden?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Well, follow that. I'm not going to dribble. I'm old, but I'm not dribbling stage yet. The one thing that I've been a county councillor now for 33 years, and I've enjoyed being on this council, not in opposition, but there was a time when we were in control. And in fact, it was me that introduced public participation to this council. And my word, hasn't it been well used? But the one thing I want to say to this council is that as a county councillor, I have let the people know by producing a glossy leaflet with all the information of local government devolution and local government reorganisation, because that was my duty as far as I was concerned, to let them know, because you can't knock every door and do it personally. And I did receive a lot of comments back by email and, in fact, letters, thanking me for that, because although it's been in the media, they didn't really understand what's going on. But the big issue in my area, because somebody quoted you talking about individual areas, is not the local government reorganisation, it's development. The amount, because the public open space has decreased so much in my area, people worry about their quality of life, quite frankly, and it's been destroyed by Test Valley. And I was the mayor of Test Valley at one stage, but what they are doing to me in my area and my people is actually not nice at all. Now, what I will say, the amendment I have some sympathy with. It's my party, and I should be. But equally, the leaders with the B2, as far as Southampton and Eastleigh and New Forest, you know, I can go along with that, because with the Test Valley version, there's 2 national parks in it. And all I can see, because there's a lot of Test Valley is completely protected, is that any future development by a strategic authority will damage me and damage my area. I won't be a county councillor then in any case, and I'll be underground kicking up daisies. But the thing is, I worry about the future of my area because the public open space is not available. And I just, it's being destroyed. But I believe at this stage, we can move forward with what's being proposed because there's still time to work on it as far as I'm concerned. And as I say, some of the financial Price Waterhouse has come out with, I've picked up on a few areas where I believe there's a lot of doubt, quite frankly. And when I receive the answers, I'll be far more reassured. And of course, I don't have to make that decision until September the 24th or whatever it is. But I just feel at this stage, the people want me to make the right decision, but I haven't come to a conclusion yet, fully, one way or the other, but I will on the 24th.
Right, thank you, Councillor. I don't think we can really conflate development pressures from the government with the devolution and LGR, but there we go. Now, we've come to the point where I've got Councillor Todd is next, and Councillor Todd, remember, is the seconder of the amendment, so he will have his secondary speech on that. And if there are no more speakers after that, we will then go for a vote on the two parts of the amendment. And then, if that falls, we then go for a vote on the substantive motions as well. Right, so may I call Councillor Todd, please, for his seconding speech.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Keith started the debate on this amendment with a paean to the power of local government, the ability of local councils, because of their local connection, to make a real difference to people's lives. Amen to that. And if the plan we have today doesn't enable that, we have to fix it or we shouldn't do it. Our amendment lays out how to fix it, focusing on the challenges of place, shared services and collaboration, and challenges the core assumptions underpinning the plan. Let's start with place. The only area which has any discussion at all about place and travel patterns and economic logic in these papers is Test Valley, and to a lesser degree the Isle of Wight. Nobody else gets a mention. And that failure to talk about and think about place is why councillors from the New Forest and Test Valley are being asked today in a recorded vote to vote for their very different communities to merge into Southampton. Why councillors representing Winchester and Micheldever and Denmead and Wickham and Horndean and Clanfield and Rowlands Castle and Petersfield will be asked in a recorded vote to vote for a merger with Basingstoke. I absolutely understand why Councillor Donnelly can't support this plan. Southampton councillors deciding on New Milton, Andover councillors deciding what happens in Southampton. It makes no sense. And I could go on with many more such comparisons. Look for your community in these papers. Look for information about how your travel works, your economy works, where your area connects with. Look for why these plans are right for the area you represent, and there's nothing, not a word. The second big issue is the failure to consider sharing. The walls of fire strategy. Councillor Kendall rightly highlighted the huge opportunity from collaboration, which I strongly agree with. And indeed, the way these plans obsessively reject collaboration is why the way the county handles the Isle of Wight is so weak and doesn't meet the government's criteria. It's the massive flaw in the modelling and the county's plan. It also puts Hampshire residents going into the Southern authorities at massive and unacceptable risk. Test Valley, Eastleigh, New Forest, Fareham, Gosport, Havant, handed over and cut off from the rest of the county. A wash its hands strategy, nothing shared, no collaboration, no shared efficiencies. Hand them over and disappear. It's described as a low-risk option, but lives will be put at risk as a direct result of the way the county thinks this should happen. No plans for collaboration in areas such as adult social care and children's services, where it will be essential to protect lives. Splitting up support for schools. Ending the collaboration we have today on waste, on IT, on so many other areas. Every hint of collaboration or shared services sacrificed to make the spreadsheet look worse and support the case for hyper-councils. That's why the financial conclusions in this paper are so out of line with councils assessing reorganisation across the country. And I'm afraid it only does this because The removal of all collaboration is the only basis for justifying such massive hyper-councils, the third and fourth biggest in the county, that if we follow the proposed plans are guaranteed to fail. And it's all based on financial assumptions that have little to do with reality. It treats the challenge to local government finance as if it's shared across the area. None of the county's options work, none of them. The county with the biggest deficit, £280 million, £1 million a year. The biggest failure of financial planning is saying that size is the solution to our finances. Look at Portsmouth. It started as part of the Hampshire system with higher social care demands and a lower council tax base and has been able to make its finances work. Real life contradicts the spreadsheets. You'll forgive me if I go with real life. What we have in front of us is not a sound basis to proceed. The failure to consider place, the failure to consider what we know about the problems of larger councils, the failure to even consider shared and continuing services. We cannot let them go through as they are. There is still time to fix this. Please vote for the amendment today.
Thank you, Councillor. That completes the debate on the main item. I will now call upon the Leader of the Council to reply to the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for everybody who has taken the time to have their say this afternoon. There are a lot of you, and I won't be taking all of your time up. I think in responding to everybody, but I think there have been it's been an excellent debate, and there have been a lot of very good points made across the piece. And a lot of this challenge for us comes down to the fact of how we see ourselves. How do we see ourselves at this moment, and what responsibility do we have? And if we are in this chamber, regardless of whether we sit in other councils or not, it's our job to think of what is best for the people we serve as county councillors. What is best for the people who rely upon the services that the county council deliver. And Michael was absolutely right to talk about Mrs. Thierry. I think it's actually Mrs. Thierry is the person about whom we should all think most of all when deciding what to do this afternoon. Because it is those residents who rely upon us that want to understand the outcome of this. They want to be sure that on the final day of the existing council structure, the services that are then transferred work exactly the same the following day. So when Mrs. Thierry rings up to ask for somebody to come and help with her husband, with Michael, and his transfer into somewhere where he is cared for, that call is taken by somebody who understands where they live. That call is taken by somebody who understands exactly where he needs to go. And that's the same for every different piece of work we have here. And yes, shared services are a possibility for us all, and in no way does this report rule those out. Ensuring that we benefit, all of us, from the economies of scale that brings. Ensuring that there are common working practices, that there are common terms and conditions are really important. And so Martin and Keith are right to point that out. However, if you're creating new councils, you are also creating financially independent bodies. You're also creating bodies that have a statutory responsibility regardless of where they contract their services. So each of those new councils will still need a Director of Adult Social Care. Each of those new councils will need a Director of Children's Services. Each of those new councils will have somebody who is responsible for the highways within their boundaries. And they will also be responsible for their own budgets. And if they are devolving that to another organisation or to a shared services where they don't have that kind of control, that can lead to enormous pressure, enormous challenge, and ultimately enormous conflict. And I see that all the time, and I've seen that all the time in the last 7 years of sitting on the board of a regional adoption agency. You don't control your own budget. You don't control fully the services that are delivered on your behalf. And a number of you have made the really good point that at the end of the day, it is our responsibility to look after those most vulnerable people. It's our responsibility to look after the vulnerable children upon whom we are the people upon whom they rely. And in doing that, any mistake, anything that is dropped between the transfer of those services on that from final day to first day is where all the risk lies. And so part of our job is to look at the system and ensure that what we are doing is doing everything we can to reduce that risk. We reduce that risk by ensuring quality continues, and we reduce the risk by ensuring that financial resilience is heightened, and we reduce the risk by understanding that those services are still able to continue in the best way possible. And it is, as Stephen said, our duty to put forward our best option for that, and that's what our officers have done. And quite frankly, although I can completely understand what Keith is trying to do with the amendment, I'm not sure what the purpose of it is. What's the outcome? What do you expect to be different from another month of looking at things again? Other than to quite possibly come up with an option that is more similar to those that many of the other districts and boroughs wish to have, which is to have 4 mainland unitaries, 5 in total. Does it make more boundary changes more likely? Maybe it might. Maybe that is a solution. But boundary changes are a solution that is in one of the other options being considered by other councils. At the end of the day, we get to put in 1 submission, each of us. There will be 15 possible submissions. They might all slightly be different to one another. There might be a number that are all similar. And although he's now left, Councillor James, in what I have to say was a relatively graceless intervention, made a very good point about the travel needs of somebody in Horndean to what would presumably be a council centre in Winchester. Marge isn't here, but she makes that journey each time she comes to this chamber. And actually, under 2 of the 3 different proposals being considered by the districts and boroughs, that journey would be exactly the same. And thereby lies the problem. Gavin, as joint leader of Basingstoke, is focused upon what he thinks is good for Basingstoke and Deane. He's focused upon what his joint leader, Councillor Harvey, has said must be the outcome at the very beginning. Regardless of what the finances said, we must have a northern unitary. We must have 4 unitary councils on the mainland. And that's why I might be Mr. Unpopular amongst my colleagues as leaders at the minute, but that's why I said that we needed to look at the figures first. That's why I said we needed to look at the quality and to ensure that we were able to protect those most vulnerable people about whom we speak. And just for a point of clarification for Keith, the issue of debt and of deficit is something that I fully understand. And what happened on Monday in the stakeholder briefing was that I was asked what would happen to HCC's debt. And I made the point that HCC did not have any substantial debt. What I thought the person asking the question, who was anonymous, was asking was about the deficit. And I explained what would happen to the deficit. But I did say that there were worries about the debts held by other councils, not least all of the publicity that there's been in the last few days about Eastleigh Borough Council's debt. And that is a concern for everybody, but it's no different to the debts that are held elsewhere. And it's no different, actually, to the reserves that are held elsewhere, because they will all be subsumed into whatever those new councils look like. And let's have no doubt, if there are reserves, they will most likely be used up in the process of creating these new councils. So that's why this entire process does not fix any of our finances. It's taken Wiltshire 10 years to get to the point where actually the savings that they wanted are being achieved. But we're being told to do it. We are not the decision makers. And if we do not engage with the process, then we risk being done unto. So that's why it's entirely right that there are different views, and that's why it's entirely right that there is no right or wrong answer. The information being provided to us by the Isle of Wight that worries Jackie is what is in the papers. That's the Isle of Wight's current case. we're using the information that they've given to both of the different groups of councils considering the process. It's not our judgment, it's theirs. And I agree, they need through August to come up with a stronger argument for their retention of their independence. And I think we need to do everything we can to help them do that. And that issue of place is something that I think I know worries us all. And a number of you talked about the different areas you represent. And Chris made the point that I absolutely agree with. You have to think about your own residents. You have to think about the area that you for whom you're elected. But the problem is, that would make 78 different unitaries, wouldn't it? Or 76. Because at the end of the day, someone's got to be a little bit further from somewhere else. Somebody has to think about how you link to other areas. Somebody has to think about how those services join up. And just as Andover would be in the north of one of the areas we propose, it would be in the northwest corner of an even bigger area under one of the other proposals. And just as we talk about areas that are not linked to one another, one of the other proposals that is being considered would have Barton-on-Sea, it would have Fran and Mel, and Debbie and Andy in Greyshot and White Hill. It would have Lulu in Emsworth. No, it wouldn't. It would have Marge in Ronan's Castle, sorry. Putting you in the wrong area. Marge in Ronan's Castle in the same council. An area bigger geographically than any of the ones that we are proposing here. There isn't a right answer. There isn't a wrong answer. There isn't an answer that doesn't take some of the services away from your area. But there isn't an answer equally that doesn't mean that the services that are provided locally for you now change. And that's where Mrs. Thierry is right. What difference does it make? It means that it still means that your bins are collected. It still means that your children are educated. It still means that you are looked after in old age. But the chances of that happening well and efficiently and with quality are based upon looking at all three of those different pillars. And that's why I would urge you to support this recommendation and also to reject the amendment that's been put forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Leader. We now move to the voting, and we're going to deal with the amendment first. This was emailed to you at 12:19. Can we have it on the screen if you... or I can read it to the council if you wish. There we go, that's on the screen now. So that's the proposed amendment. We'll vote on paragraph A first and then paragraph B second. And we'll do the same with the substantive motion if the amendment doesn't pass. Can you please also on this one vote electronically, because it's been a recorded vote and electronically is the way of dealing with that. Right, can I now ask members using their handsets to... Oh, sorry, I've got a question from Keith, Councillor House. No, you haven't, not the Right, okay. It needs to have a little device that says button got knocked accidentally. It's happened about 4 times today. Right, going back then, we're all voting electronically. And what I want you to do is to vote for the amendment, paragraph A, for or against, or abstain. Right, you can see the voting there on the screen is 13 in favour, 44 against and 4 abstentions. I will now ask you to... I think we'll ask them to show the vote on the screen. Okay, it's suggested to me that we should show the vote on the screen so you all know you voted or not, as the case may be. Screen votes, please, thank you. Okay, so there's three pages of votes to confuse the issue. Everyone happy? Right, let's then move to amendment paragraph B, which we saw on the screen. All those in favour, please show. Oh, sorry. Yeah, electronically. Beg your pardon. Where's it gone?
The two is still on the amendment, and we're voting on the first bit of the amendment. Now we're voting on the second bit of the amendment.
Yeah. Right. So can we have the amendment up, please, and then the voting screen?
No, the amendment B. Amendment B.
Yep. Right, here we go. Right, those in favour of Amendment B, and those against, and those abstaining. Right, I'm recording 13 in favour, 41 against, and 4 abstentions. Can we see the voting list, please, to confirm that everyone has voted who wants to vote? You find yourselves on there, please. Okay, everybody happy? Right, we'll now go to the substantive motion, which again I would like to have done electronically because it's a call for recorded vote in any event. Those in favour of the paragraph, this is on page 36 of your original agenda, if you remember. Those in favour of paragraph A, please show. Substantive motion, yes. Right, I'm seeing 40 in favour, 12 against, and 5 abstains. Now 41 and 4. Any more votes? 42 votes in favour now, 13 against, and 5 abstentions. Can we now see the name list, please? Okay, are we there?
That's been ran once.
Okay. And then we've got the final vote, which is on paragraph B of the recommendation on page 36. All those in favour, please show on their machines. Right, I'm showing 42 in favour, 14 against, and 3 abstentions. 4 abstentions. Right. Are there any more votes to come in? No? Can we now see the list, please, just to confirm that? You just check just in case. Not that numbers really that important when you've got this clear majority. Okay, are we all content? Right, that matter then is,
Just to confirm that it's passed.
that matter now is agreed and passed by this council. Right, we now move on, if we may, to item 13, which is the end of year financial report 24-25 on pages 407 through to page 470. And again, we'll have to ask the leader, please, to present the report.
In fact, both financial reports are being presented by the Deputy Leader, please, Mr. Chairman. So I'll hand over to Jan.
Of that, but okay, fine.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry, Leader, we're just keeping you on your toes. Thank you. I just wish to briefly introduce item 13, which is the end-of-year finance report. This report covers the overall financial performance of the County Council during the year 2024-2025, and members will recall that the 2024-25 budget was balanced with a 74.1 million draw from the budget bridging reserve. The end of year position was actually an underspend of 5.6 million against this position, so effectively reducing the draw to balance the budget to 68.5 million. Given the challenges of our financial position, delivering an underspend is positive and of course welcome, particularly in light of the 15 million overspend that was actually forecast in the earlier part of that year. Achieving this position was supported by the introduction, as you are well aware, of significant spend controls and the hard work of all our staff and an ongoing focus on strong financial management across our organisation. In addition to this underspend, I can report that 19.3 million of early achievement of savings were transferred to the budget bridging reserve to support the budget position in future years. However, significant pressures on the Directorate demand-led budgets, as we are all familiar, adult social care, and of course, special educational needs transport remain. And these have been offset by underspends elsewhere in our organisation and by centrally held contingencies. The deficit on the dedicated schools grant continues to grow with an in-year pressure of 89.2 million, taking the total cumulative deficit to 213 million. This deficit continues to be treated separately as part of the statutory override arrangements with government. The County Council spent 259 million on capital schemes during the year 2024-25. The majority of this investment was for the structural maintenance and improvement of roads and bridges, major road and active travel schemes, and new and extended school buildings. During this year, revenue reserves reduced by 57 million, which is a reflection of our requirement within recent years to balance the budget through a draw on our reserves. In terms of Treasury management, which is also covered in this report, the County Council complied with the approved Treasury management strategy throughout the year. And importantly, I'm pleased to report that the Statement of Accounts for 2024-25 was published by the statutory deadline of the 30th of June. County Council is asked to approve recommendations A to H. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you, Councillor Warwick. Are there any questions, please, from the councillors to the Deputy Leader? Yes. Councillor Wallace.
Thank you, Chair. I've got two questions. First one was on Recommendation 5, which is on page 409, is for approval of £2.5 million for a new office accommodation scheme. Given all the upcoming changes for devolution and LGR, can you confirm this is a good use of the Council's money? My second question is on Recommendation C, which is for the removal of £173 million from the Care Home Improvement Programme. Para 79 refers to the Cabinet report in March for the justification of removing this funding. I'd like to remind members that this report on cancelling a £173 million programme was only 5 pages long. At the Hampshire 2050 Committee on the 26th of June this year, it was agreed that further investigation of the Council's care home programme was needed. Would it be prudent to postpone removing the budget from the capital programme until this investigation has been performed? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Warwick?
Yes, thank you very much, Councillor Wallace, for your questions. I think if you look into the report, we have put the reserve to one side for office refurbishment as we re-evaluate our estate. So you'll see that some offices are being put up for sale and others are being reinvested as we continue to move staff and relocate. That's really important. Our care home improvement was a plan we all supported, but actually we have now developed a care home framework which offers us a much better value for money than building new care homes. We are using the existing care homes that exist across Hampshire at a very, very competitive rate. So that's a relatively new framework that superseded the decision on the investment of the 157 million towards care home provision. Thank you.
Right. Have supplementary?
I just say the cancellation of this change of direction for the care home improvement, it's a massive decision. We've committed 173 million. It hasn't been through any scrutiny committees. It hasn't been reviewed. I don't understand how we can make that decision until it's been properly reviewed. And could I ask that this happens before we move forward?
Thank you.
I'll give you the date, but I'm fairly certain you spoke on that matter at the time, but I might be wrong.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. I'm afraid my colleague here has just stolen a bit of thunder, because my question was also about the removal of the care home improvement programme. And whilst I appreciate some of the replies given by the Deputy Leader, I would just say that the money wasn't all about building new homes, but also about improving some existing ones who are in need of that improvement to meet local need. And I very much regret that a fresh report hasn't come forward and gone to scrutiny. And so I'm going to put you under pressure and say that my question is exactly when is that going to happen?
Right. Councillor Warwick.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Taylor. So I will come back to you on that, because I'm not going to make a promise now, but I appreciate the point that you're making. Thank you.
I have a question from Councillor Harrison, please.
Yes, Chairman, I don't know whether similarly my thunder's been stolen, but I share very much the concerns expressed by Councillor Wallace. I was at the same meeting in which the information was provided, and I was frankly shocked that the issue never went to HASC. HASC is the very body that we've set up in order to scrutinise adult social care services and facilities. And we've never had an opportunity to do it. So, Chairman, I think we've already had a partial undertaken by the chairman of HASC that we will look at it. But frankly, it's not good enough that it goes straight to Cabinet without the prior scrutiny of HASC. So we need to look at this again, don't we?
Councillor Warwick.
It's a good point, and I'm dredging my memories, and I'm fairly certain the framework went to HASC, but that might have been Cabinet. So we will definitely come back to you on that, but I appreciate, and I know this is a very dear, so certainly the decision went to HASC at some point. I'm fairly certain that you spoke on that when we reviewed it.
Yeah.
But the framework, yeah, okay.
Thank you.
But no, certainly Councillor Harrison, I will come back to you on that, sure.
Yeah. Can I just urge members to make sure that if they're asking a question, it is a question and not a statement, and the statements are for the debate later. Right, are there any further questions? I see none, in which case now we go to debate. Is there any debate on this matter? I see no hands. No one offering debate. In which case then what I'll do is we'll go to the recommendation, which is on page 407 to 400. Sorry, we have a hand. Councillor Wallace.
Yeah. Could I ask that we vote on each of the recommendations separately, please? Yes.
Yeah. My advice is that's a reasonable request to make. Thank you. Right. Got a page 4. There it is. Okay. Before we go to that, is there anything that the leader or Councillor Warwick would like to add to the presentation, having had the questions?
I was going to add. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, in which case then we go to the recommendation. They're on page 407 and 408. There are two recommendations. In fact, there's a lot more than that over the page.
It's A to H.
Do you want recommendations on every single one? Just C. Is that in order? Right, that's good advice. I will therefore take all the ones, A, B, D, E, F, G and H as one recommendation, and then we'll have a separate vote at the end on C. So this is all those votes in favour of the A, B, D, E, F, G, H. All those in favour, please show. Those against? Right, that is passed to NEMCON. We now go to item C, which is the removal of the Care Home Improvement Programme, 173 million from the capital programme. All those in favour, please show. And those against, please show. I think that's fairly clearly in favour of going ahead. Okay, that concludes that particular item. Right, thank you very much. We move on then to item 14, which is the medium-term financial position and the interim update. You'll find this on page 471 through to 494. And again, which of you two is presenting the report?
It's me again,
Councillor
Chairman.
Warwick, would you kindly present the report? Thank you.
So thank you, Chairman. And item 14 is the introduction on the medium-term financial position. And this report is an interim update, and given the scale of the County Council's financial challenges, regular updates are, of course, essential. And this report covers both external and internal factors that will impact on our budget in 2026, 27 and beyond. The first part, as the report is laid out, considers recent government announcements, of which there have been several, particularly the Comprehensive Spending Review and the Fair Funding Review consultation. The Fair Funding Review consultation on changes to local government funding was launched this June, and we are responding to that, of course. It is a complex and technical consultation, but initial interpretation suggests that the impact of these proposals would be a notable reduction in county council funding compared to current assumptions. The report also summarises the leader's ongoing communication with government, with Minister McMahon, about our financial situation, and those two letters are in the appendices. The report considers the impact of the 2024-25 outturn on future years and provides a brief summary of current delivery of the savings programme. Finally, risks within the budget position are considered, and the work already underway to attempt to balance the budget for 2026-27 is discussed within the report. County Council is asked to note this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Warwick. Are there any members who have questions for Councillor Warwick on this matter? No questions? I see none. Oh, Councillor House, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. The fair funding review is clearly a big issue right there across the local government sector. And as Councillor Warwick says, the likely implication is this moves money up north, put in crude terms. But also it looks likely at the moment, based on government proposals, that there is only a 3-year period of transition to move to the new regime. That period of transition is going to overlap with local government reorganisation, which has a different period of transition attached to it. I appreciate that there isn't an answer to this question now, A, because I didn't ask it in advance, and secondly, because no one knows the answer. But I think it would be helpful if we could try to get some understanding of where the government thinks it's going with this. My fear is very much that the pressure to do the fair funding review in the way the government wants to do it is such that it is likely to cause more problems rather than the reduction of problems. And we need to be making strong representations on this. So I guess the question that's attached to that is, are we making such strong representations, given we know the pressures that are likely to be there?
Councillor Warwick.
Yes, thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Councillor House. I know Andy is working on our response as we speak, and if that would be useful, I think that would be very helpful to share that with members, whether that would go with a briefing, because I guess it is a technical document, but I'm sure Andy would be prepared to do that. Thank you.
Right. Are there any further questions from the Council? Councillor.
So I just wanted to do kind of a second part for Keith's question, which is that absolutely we're still pushing for a meeting with Jim McMahon, basically. And we need to understand how all of this fits together, because there's a little bit of the Fair Funding Review which talks about looking at council tax rates. And because we have such a low council tax rate, that might have an implication on actually the impact on us in comparison to some of our neighbours, for example. But understanding that better and understanding how then that feeds into all of the pressures of LGR that we spent a very long time talking about just now is really important. And the best way to do that is put ourselves in front of him, which is why we're continuing to push to do that.
Right. Thank you. Any further questions? In which case, is there any debate on this item? I see no debate. In which case, then we can go to the recommendation, which is on page 471. And the recommendation is simply that the County Council notes the content of the report. Okay? All agreed? Anyone against? No one against. Thank you very much. That's agreed. We now go on to part 2 matters. These are for information, and there's no voting on these items, unlike my little behaviour at the last council meeting. So item 15A is Hampshire and Isle of Wight Foreign Rescue Authority questions. I can confirm that no questions have been received, so I'll invite Councillor Rudian Vaughan to present part 2 report for information.
Thank you, Chairman. I have nothing to add to my report, which is quite extensive, but I'm happy to take questions if there are any.
Are there any further questions for Councillor Vaughan? No, you're off the hook, sir. Right. Moving on then to the next matter. Is there any debate on anything in the report before I move on? Okay. And we've heard Councillor Vaughan, so moving on then to item 16, which is the annual report of the Hampshire 2050, etc. And to invite Councillor Reid, please, to present a report.
Thank you, Chairman. This is where I can take credit for other people's work. I don't propose to do that. The only thing that I'm going to add is that at the first meeting of the Hampshire 2050 meeting that I chaired, the first item we did was to give our thanks to Councillor Glenn for his chairmanship over many, many years and the diligent way in which he represented it to Cabinet. I repeat that, I'm sure the full Council will agree.
Right. Members, you've heard all that. Are there any questions from members? No, there are none, so you're off scot-free on that one. Moving on then to item 17, which is the annual report of the Health and Adult Social Care Select Committee, to invite Councillor Bill Withers, please, Councillor Withers, to present the report.
Thank you, Chairman. The information on the report's been given to all the members. I'd like to thank the cross-party membership and the officers for all the hard work we've done since April 24 to March 2025. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Councillor Withers. Are there any questions to Councillor Withers? I see none either here on the screen or in the room, in which case you too, sir, are scot-free. And I take it there's no debate either on anything within the report? No, I see no hands either. That brings us to the end of the meeting at 3:34. Thank you for your forbearance and your patience and your cooperation. The meeting is closed.